Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. My name is Tim McKernan. On my right is Douglas Elvin Vaughn. And Doug, we've been doing this show since 2007 together, and you said let's do 20 more.
Oh, you think I'm going to last another 20 years?
I think you want to.
I'll be in Delmar Gardens in 6 months.
Live read. YOLO.
It won't last 20 years? Come on. That'd be elder abuse.
On Doug's right is Michael Wellington, filling in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne. He is at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Jackson's on the 1s and 2s, and he's wearing his Missouri Tigers hoodie because he knows Central Arkansas is coming a calling here in a month and 5 days.
Go Tigers. Beat. Boy, I can't type fast enough.
Scotty Pippen.
Bears.
They own the Bears.
Conway.
Yeah.
There was a Whataburger there. When I worked in Little Rock, I would drive from Little Rock to Fayetteville, because it's not Fayetteville, Doug. It's Fayetteville. And the highlight would be the Whataburger in Conway.
Really?
So if you want to go down there today, let me
for
know.
some fries.
What was your order?
Oh, boy, I mean, that was 1999.
I think the menu's the same.
I would imagine. I don't think they've really diversified like Hardee's would. They would get into the fried chicken and taco industry while serving a burger.
McDonald's goes for the ribs every now and then.
Yeah, beautiful. And Chairman Kurt's over there, and he's. I just noticed you had 2 ladies on your shirt. Who are those ladies?
That's Aaliyah and Selena.
Doug, that's Aaliyah and Selena.
Rest in peace to the queens.
Oh, okay. You were big fans?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Michael's staring off down south toward Olive.
I'm trying to. There's a little condensation
There
on the
is,
window.
Doug. The conditions are so brutal. This was at my home this morning as well. That I would imagine most of you who are in the St. Louis area are experiencing this. There is condensation on the windows from the humidity.
Well, I'm looking forward to a nice day. Well, it's supposed to be 98, 99 degrees today, something like that.
That's right.
Worse tomorrow, 100 tomorrow.
That's right.
Heat index like 197 or whatever it is.
That's right.
You going to be outside?
Well, for a little while.
Oh, what are you doing?
It
Trimming
doesn't
shrubs?
bother me as much as the cold weather does.
Amen.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're
it's-
all on the same page there.
It's a little too much, but I figure I complain so much about the winter, I can't harp too much when it gets really hot.
We would listen.
You would?
Yeah.
Michael and I listened to you. I don't know.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Well, but you guys can still get out and golf, right? If it's 100 degrees, you'll still play a little bit.
You can.
You know?
It can be dicey.
It's at this time of year where I catch a lot of hell from my compadres because I am Timmy Two Gloves. I get the rain gloves, and I wear one on my right hand as well as the left. But, Doug, the golf club slips because of partially the club head speed.
No, for heaven's sakes.
But it is vicious.
But because my hands get so sweaty. Didn't Eminem write something about that? Knees weak, palms are sweaty.
Yeah,
There's
there's
vomit on
vomit.
his sweater. Mom's spaghetti. He's nervous, but on the surface, he's calm and ready to drop bombs.
Can you
But he
invent
keeps on
some sort
forgetting.
of grips that don't get wet and sweaty? Make $1 billion?
You want to do that today, or you want to go down to Conway and get
let's do
Whataburger?
that. Let's get back in the lab. See what we can work
Oh,
up.
more Eminem back in the lab again, yo.
When you go to Whataburger, you have to get the taquitos, the breakfast taquitos.
Oh, wash them down, Doug.
What's that?
It's like 11. They only serve them 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. They're breakfast tacos, basically. Bacon, egg, and cheese. I mean, I'm sure the eggs are fresh.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Put some salsa on there.
No, I don't
Some
want that.
French fries and gravy, sir.
Doug, you would love Whataburger if it was in St. Louis.
Maybe.
I mean, do you like a good burger?
I don't eat a lot of burgers, no.
No?
No.
Did you used to?
Yeah.
Well, it's called Whataburger. It'd be
Well, I know
spectacular
what a burger
for you.
is.
Well, I know. So where's your favorite
I
burger
don't
in
do a
St.
lot-
Louis?
I don't
Do you have
do-
a Mount Rushmore of burgers?
No.
please?
I don't do fast food burgers anymore.
It doesn't have to be a fast food burger.
But it is, isn't it?
Why don't you go up to the
yes.
Bellagio? The cat and I have reasoned through there is one particular chef who we like when he's up there working. Do you call it the griddle? Can I call it the griddle?
I don't. I guess you can.
Yes, the griddle. So you go Bellagio, you go Max. Where else are you going?
I went to Carl's yesterday.
Oh, and
did you
Carl's
really?
has just appeared as the Teddy Roosevelt.
All by
was it?
myself. I got a root beer the size of your head, Doug.
And a big round bowl.
It's enormous. Yeah.
It is glorious.
So good.
Frosted. Was it really
Yes.
cold?
Well,
No.
not for very long.
Oh, well.
Because the door was opening and the heat was flowing
Was
in.
there room enough to sit down? There's
There
only
was.
a
I
handful
went
of tables.
strategically about 4 p.m. because I felt like it wouldn't be as crowded.
Yeah.
Couple of double cheeses and a big root beer. I was in and out.
You got
yeah.
two double cheeseburgers?
Absolutely.
Goodness sakes.
Yeah, you got to wash them down then with some fries
I
and
guess.
gravy for that matter.
2 double cheeseburgers and fries, that's got to be
I didn't have fries.
2,500 calories.
It's
Yeah,
just-
but look at
just
this
the
guy.
burgers.
He's lithe because he's out on the tour
guess.
carrying
I walk a lot.
bags.
Is that what it is?
I do walk a lot.
They're thin patties, too.
Good point.
It's like the OG smash burger.
All
so
right.
they're really thin patties.
Okay. How much do you walk a day?
I mean, if
Couple
we're
miles?
out at a tournament, it could be, 15 to 20,000 steps.
Lugging around 50 pounds.
That's a lot.
Yeah, this new bag is really big.
Well, what all you got in there? Clothes and shoes?
Rain gear, umbrella, some sandwiches.
I'm reading here that a caddy typically walks between 5 and 10 miles per round.
There you go. That's Michael Wellington.
That's
That's
a lot
why
of
he can go
walking.
enjoy 2 double cheeseburgers from Carl's and wash it down with French fries and
Yes,
gravy.
you can.
You make the cut. That's 4 rounds. of
Well,
that.
the best day is always like Monday or Tuesday if you haven't seen the course, because then you have to walk it by yourself. Then you go get the practice round walk in. It's a lot of walking.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining.
Well, the
But
players
it's-
walk that much too, I guess.
On the Champions Tour, on most events, there's carts allowed, but like at the quote-unquote majors, the PGA or the U.S. Open, no carts in the practice round. So
Would
it's
anybody really have a problem if you used a pulled cart?
a trolley?
Yeah, or would you
Oh,
just
like the trolley, like the loop trolley?
I don't think that's an issue.
one-
I
no
think
one would
the
care,
British guys will use that in the practice round.
Why wouldn't you? Or
I
in the regular round, who
can't
would
argue.
care?
I don't know if it's the best look, but again, it's not my decision.
Yeah.
we think Augusta National is going to get a loop trolley.
Why not? Who
I don't
cares?
think
Take patrons around.
Doug, live a little bit. Get yourself a Big Mac. That's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where they
that.
want Doug to get a Big Mac. Maybe somebody can go pick one up, drop it by the Hubbard Studios, and Doug can eat it right here on the air.
I am trying to live a little bit, which is precisely why I'm not dining on Big Macs.
A lot of bread. A lot of bread.
A lot of grease, a lot of fat.
You doing a live read?
No.
Suck it, Doug.
Okay, ball game.
You can participate in the conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL, where Doug's Broken Gong is currently ranked number 1 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I don't know where these rankings come from. We haven't figured out what they mean, but I just see them. I see Jake in St. Genevieve is currently ranked number 2. He says, rest in peace to Ozzy Osbourne, Doug, the Prince of Darkness, passing away yesterday at the age of 76. He performed a concert that was kind of known as a farewell concert a few weeks ago. And then he passed away yesterday. Jackson's tribute today, I guess, starts with Crazy Train. Was that 1980?
Has to be
Gosh, I
Crazy
don't
Train,
know
right?
the years.
He was special.
What about the ballad that he had with Lita Ford?
Oh,
we would slow dance to that at St. Gabriel's.
Oh,
Maybe
would
would
you?
lead to heavy
Oh.
petting if you're, going out with one of the guys with the peach fuzz mustache.
Oh,
We'll talk more about that in the 8 o'clock hour.
okay. We probably should.
There is an amazing skit on Saturday Night Live where Dave Matthews plays Ozzy Osbourne. I don't know if you've seen it, but it is
Maybe Jackson can pull audio from that as well. And number 3 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Now the rankings have just changed. Doug's Massive Gong's down to 3. I can't follow these. DJ Patty Cakes is number 1. They're all in there talking it over. You can get in there and talk it over with the TMA listeners, Doug, about Eric Fetty. I walked in here this morning and I said, what's the topic here? Eric Fetty. Off the air. If we're talking about something off the air, it really matters. What a delight. Jackson described his start yesterday at Coors Field as the sought-after Eric Fetty start in his Sports Center update, and it was sought after indeed.
They
Sought
wanted to
after by the
showcase him.
Rockies.
They wanted to showcase him. After a while, you have to wonder, are you trying to win or are you trying to get a better draft pick?
Oh, wow.
How many times you put him out there to watch him get his brains beat out?
You think
How
they're
many
trying to lose on
times?
purpose?
It doesn't look like they're trying to win on purpose. I heard the stat in his last 22 and 2/3 innings, he's given up 27 earned runs.
What are you trying to say with that?
That's not good.
But let's keep him up at the major league level. It's a good idea.
The odd thing is while he was giving up 6 runs in 3 innings, he was also striking out guys. He had swing and miss stuff to one guy, and the next guy hits one 30 rows into the seats. That seems strange to me.
Not a great mix.
How you can miss a bunch of bats, and then the other guys just rip you up.
He has lost 7 consecutive decisions, and the Cardinals as a team are 2-10 in his last 12 starts.
You think he'll start again? Will he get another start? You can't keep doing this.
It puts the man to the test on that. Over-under of Eric Fetty starts with the St. Louis Cardinal Major League Baseball team, 0.5. Considering where we are in the calendar and considering what has taken place. And also, I think of note, is considering what Ali Marmol is saying, because my view is clearly he's not on board with this. We have some audio that would indicate that. Jackson, what do we have here? What is the background on this audio? We want to properly accredit the source.
This is the Gas House Gang from KMOX, and they weekly talk with Ali Marmol, and this is from their conversation with Ali Marmol on Michael McGreevy's status as a Major League Baseball pitcher.
Yeah, I want this guy to stay. You guys know that. I like having him up here. The goal is to have him stay with us up here. I think during this stretch, I think one of the most important things is for him to get acclimated to being around the big league players, the big league staff, around Dusty and his group, and start to understand what it looks like to game plan at this level and do it consistently every fifth day, and get feedback from big league hitters as far as how his stuff plays. And I think down the stretch, that's one of the most important things we can do. So yes, my vote is that he stays up here with us and we can continue to move this thing along.
Base hit.
Now, I could be reading more into this than it deserves, but this is my opinion. This is Marmol starting to speak out against something that he does not agree with, that is hurting the club's chances to win games, because Marmol may only have 2 months and change left as the Cardinal manager. And so at this point, he's in campaign save my job mode, and he is not just going to continue to sit there and take something if it affects his chances to remain the Cardinal manager. That is my read. I may be wrong. No one has told me that. That is what I think is going on.
Well, it certainly doesn't help his long-term chances if the team gets buried this year. I suspect the decision has probably already been made.
Do you think so, really?
By Chaim Bloom, I would probably so.
In that
whether he's going to keep him for another year or not. I imagine he has a pretty strong idea if he's going to or not. I'm not saying he's going to let him go. I'm saying Chaim Bloom probably knows whether he's going to be the manager next year or not, I would think.
Do you think he made that choice before the season?
Oh, maybe not. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think if you're a new GM like that, you might want to wipe the slate clean and start all over with one of your guys.
See, I think at the core, I don't think we would have, from the fan base, the level of anger or apathy. And I always want to hammer that point home. I think apathy is way more dangerous than anger. I think that's the case in business, and I think that's the case in baseball. And in St. Louis, to see apathy with regard to the Cardinals is not something that I can recall in my lifetime. I gather it was commonplace in the 1970s, but that predates me, because people who are older, who were around to see that, said, oh, you missed the 1970s. We got a little taste of it in the early 1990s. But with that said, it's apathy. We were making the observation yesterday that they had more people at Coors Field than you have at Busch Stadium for that operation that they've got going on in Denver. I believe that if the Cardinals would have actually done what they said they intended to do at the press conference with Bill DeWitt Jr., Bill DeWitt III, John Mozeliak, and Chaim Bloom after last year, and after last year's postseason, where they talked about turning the page toward the future, and you would have had guys like McGreevy up and down the rotation, and guys like, take your pick of whomever you would want to use as a young player example. Walker certainly comes with a connotation of another potential failed prospect. But the point being, younger players are the ones who are out there, and the team is having moments like they have had here with the 3 losses against the Diamondbacks and then losing to the historically bad team in Colorado last night. I do not believe, and you can ask yourself this individually right now, would you have the level of frustration? Would you have the level of disappointment? Would you be banging your head against the wall about the Cardinals? Or would you have the level of apathy that you may have right now? Because at least at that point, there is a plan with a strategy that ideally has some form of long-term return on investment, and long-term being over the next 2 to 3 years. With this, you're trotting out people who are not going on to be on the team, and then it's at the expense of the players who you're supposedly building around when you told us that you were going to turn your eye toward the future. And that is what frustrates me as both a native St. Louisan and lifelong Cardinal fan, but also somebody who hosts a talk show. I don't understand what they're doing. And I don't understand how you can sit and talk to the fans after last season and say what you said and then essentially do nothing, whether it be in unloading players or in bringing on players. And if you aren't going to be able to unload players who, because of no trade clauses, then at least trade players who did not have a no trade clause who had value in Ryan Helsley. That's the thing. I'm fine with turning the page. I loved last year's press conference, actually. Loved it, because I'm like, okay, now they're going to do something and actually pick a lane. Except they said it, and then they didn't do it, and all that does is frustrate people even more or make people go, yeah, this is why I don't watch. And that, I think, is where we are on July 23rd, 2025.
If you can't trade Gray, Contreras, and Arenado because they have no trade clauses and won't go anywhere, who's left besides Helsley to deal? Maton, Helsley? Who else are you dealing that doesn't fit into that younger guy mold? I think that's the problem they face. Nobody wants
no
Mike
problem.
This, nobody wants Fetty.
Then don't sit down and do a press conference to tell the fan base that you're turning the page if you haven't had the conversation with those guys to know if you can do it. That's my core issue.
Must have been the issue that they didn't know from these veterans that they were going to refuse to go anywhere.
Sounds good. Might want to have that phone call before you go out there and tell people that.
And now they're in a situation where I don't know who you can trade that someone would want and give you something decent in return.
If the Cardinals rinse Marmol at the end of the regular season, assuming they don't make the playoffs, which looks pretty promising at this point, that they won't make the playoffs, would that grab the fan base and shake it up a little? I mean, you're talking about the players.
If they don't part ways with him?
If they fire him, if they get rid of him, does that get everybody's attention back?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a short-term injection because I don't think we haven't heard a whole lot. Jackson and I have been in this studio now since January 2022, and the Ali Marmol thing. I always operate on the premise, Michael, that if you hate Mozeliak and the roster construction, then I don't know what the issue is with Ali Marmol if you think that he is the problem. You see what I'm saying?
Of course,
in other words,
but you mentioned apathy. That's why I brought it up.
Right. No, and I want to go back to it. So we would have some people, and again, this is part of being a fan, who would loathe both. Now you can dislike them, but I don't think you can blame both. You can, I guess, if you want to dish it out and diversify your interests and blame, that's fine. But if the roster is bad and you're blaming Mozeliak / the organization for that, then what do you want? Bruce Bochy? Is he going to make the roster win? Brian Snitker, take your pick of whomever you would want to skip Schumacher, whatever. Are they going to get the team to a 90-win level with that roster that you're saying is so bad? On the other hand, are you saying, well, Ali Marmol is terrible with this roster, another manager would have been successful, and therefore, what is your issue with the organization? Now, this is applying logic to what I think is at this point, awfully emotional, but understandably so. It's emotional. So if it's emotional, I think at that point people just want heads to roll. It's what you see in college football, I think more so than any of the other 6 major North American sports, and I'm including college basketball in there along with the NFL, NBA, NHL. You have a guy right now, whether he be in Vegas at the Big Ten Media Days or last week in Atlanta at the SEC Media Days, who his fan base loves. And I assure you that within 7 weeks, one of those fan bases in one of those 2 conferences will be calling for the head of one of those guys because of a loss. That is the way that it works. And then on the other hand, one of them will spring an upset, and all of a sudden it either becomes, oh my God, this guy is God, or my God, this guy is going to go take the position of the place where the guy now is hated. That is the way that it works based on what takes place in 60 minutes of game time in a football field. So now you have a baseball franchise that has been beloved, a blue chip stock in sports that is trending down in part because of self-inflicted wounds. And so it's just, I want to see people lose their job because I'm angry. So you take a step back and go, is Ali Marmol the issue? Personally, I don't believe that to be the case. But I do think that if they were to part ways with him, from a fan base standpoint, it would inject a semblance of energy into those who would see that as a gesture that they are turning the page.
Exactly. That's kind of how I was feeling about it. Like that would be the first domino to go, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think he's the problem, But if you go 3 years without making the playoffs and you got a new GM coming in, it'd be pretty easy to read the tea leaves that he's in a lot of trouble.
Yes, and that is why, circling back to the Fetty/McGreevy start and Ali Marmol's comments yesterday on the Gas House Gang, that this is now getting into a mode where he is, and by the way, I got no problem with it, in job-saving mode, that he is making it clear as politely but publicly as he can that he doesn't agree with this. And he said something like, you guys know that I want McGreevy up here, kind of establishing that this isn't his idea. Sending him down to Memphis isn't his idea, but he is carrying out the orders. He is an employee. It is his job. Yes, he's one of 30 Major League Baseball managers, but he's still an employee. And if this is what they want to do and they want to start Eric Fetty, then that's what he's got to do. But Eric Fetty has lost 10 of the last 12 starts that he has taken the ball for the Cardinals. And even though the Cardinals certainly are trending down, mathematically, the reality is they are, if you want to include within 5 games of a playoff spot, in a playoff race. And so when you're lighting games on fire like they're doing, especially when they had an opportunity against a Diamondbacks team that most likely is going to be selling in the next 9 days, and a Rockies team that's likely going to be setting records for how poor they are, and you've lost now 4 of 5 to those 2 teams, you can understand why a manager is pissed off.
Only 3.5 out in the wild card. You know what I always say about the wild card? Daddy likey.
Yeah, you do like that.
Mm-hmm.
You do like that. You like it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Andre Palante will get the ball today, Doug, in Denver.
Well, okay. I think the worst part about it for me is that I don't care the way I used to. It used to be such
And
a
that
burning...
gets us back to the apathy discussion.
Such a burning passion where I couldn't go to sleep at night until the game was over and reach for the box score in the paper the next day and go over it all again and worry about who was going to play second base and what the lineup was going to be for every game from the start of the season to the end.
You were always passionate about the Geronimo Pena, Luis Alicea, Mike Gallegos discussion.
Absolutely I was. Yeah. I was always a Luis Alicea guy.
Yeah, I knew that.
But now I just don't feel that passion. But that, I suppose that comes with any franchise when your team is really struggling. It's not unique to St. Louis that people have lost interest when the team is struggling.
What's unique to St. Louis is that the team is struggling, and it has now kind of been in this middle of the road for the most part, going back to following the 2015 season. That is somebody texted in or emailed in yesterday making that observation, and that's where my frustration. This has been going on for a while. And that's why I liked that last year. I thought that they were picking a lane with that press conference. And I do have to say, while we talk about Contreras and Gray, and Michaelis for that matter, and their no-trade clause, they were trying to trade Nolan Arenado. And they did have an agreement in place. He just didn't want to go. But then that gets back to the no-trade clause issue. So from that standpoint, that then would have been a domino effect. But that was my whole thing with observing the Cardinals, even when they were playing what we thought were above their skis, was you can look at this rotation and just not see it being sustainable. And now at this point in July, it has imploded. Fetty's implosion being the one that's getting the most attention. But as we had with Brad Thompson hops on and goes, yeah, the ERA 7 over the last 20 games for the starters. And you go, yeah, well, you kind of saw that coming. Who that's a young pitcher that's going to be pitching in this organization in 2027 is getting starts? And the answer is maybe 2 guys, maybe, if we're including McGreevy and we're including Liberatore. But Miles Michaelis isn't going to be playing baseball in a couple of years. I don't know what Eric Fetty's game plan is. It's certainly trending that he wouldn't be around. I'm talking about the game. Sonny Gray, his key is, maybe Nashville gets an expansion team and he'd stick around, but otherwise that's where I think his head is. And hey, God bless. Prioritize family. You've got a 9-figure net worth. Tip of the cap. I'm jealous that he can do that. So that's where the organization is. But again, I would have been more comfortable with seeing a guy who, not that they would have him out there, and I know he dealt with injury earlier in there, like if Tink Hence got lit up last night, you go, okay, it's part of the process to get better. But when you got a guy out there last night who has been terrible and he gets another start and he gets worked, and then it has a domino effect because now your bullpen's got to go out there and work, and then you got a day game today, and then you got 4 straight with the Padres. you've just compounded the issue with self-inflicted wounds, all while not giving younger pitchers an opportunity. But then it gets back to the question, well, who are the younger pitchers besides McGreevy? And then you get into the bigger question of roster construction, not just at this level, but at the lower levels. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. If you would like to call in, Chairman Kurt, and that is a Aaliyah and Selena T-shirt you're wearing with a pearl necklace, Doug.
What's the deal with the pearl necklace?
I'm just kind of edgy.
Are you really? Okay.
Doug, your Mount Rushmore of Aaliyah songs.
Oh, probably the first 4 that she came out with. I thought those were her best selections.
Her work with Timbaland, of course, famous.
Mm-hmm. I would mention the names, but, everyone knows the titles of the song, so I don't even need to do that.
They do?
Yeah, I would just say the first 4 that she had.
I don't respect Doug's opinion. Tim, can I get yours?
Yeah, no problem, and I think that's the right way to handle it. I think the dry humping that was the byproduct of Rock the Boat needs to be the George Washington. Need somebody. Tell me if that's somebody. Jackson, is that the Abraham Lincoln?
Yeah, I'd say it's the Lincoln.
1 in a million?
Very poppy. You're an edgy guy.
That's true.
1 in a million, Doug? Are you fine with that?
Well, I'm not that edgy, but I guess I'd be okay with it.
Try again?
Yeah, I think that's in there.
You want me to guess another song, or is that the name of the song?
You can just
Try.
excuse yourself from this conversation, actually.
Clip that off.
I'd like to.
You're welcome to call in Chairman Kurt. You can talk whether you want to talk the Cardinals and Eric Fetty, Ali Marmol campaigning for keeping his job, or you just want to rank Aaliyah songs or Selena songs. 314-974-0101. That is how you can appear on said program. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We had Terry Crouppen in yesterday. They are online at brownandcrouppen.com. They are local. That's what we want to hammer home. Yes, they are the presenting sponsor of this program, but they are local. And if you are in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, I have no idea why you wouldn't work with somebody who is in the St. Louis area. Brown and Crouppen is at 314-222-2222. That's brownandcrouppen.com. And they were founded in St. Louis, and they are still here in St. Louis with brand new offices built on the hill across from Ragazzi's. It's Brown and Crouppen, based here since 1979 when they were founded, treating their clients and their employees like gold. You're going to get great service and great results. A strong voice and an advocate for their clients. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. you can picture the Blues and the Minnesota Wild when you hear this, Doug.
I can.
The home opener. It's only 2 months and 17 days away.
Can't get here soon enough.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt manning what are some active Callier and Thompson phone lines this morning. Doug, the people want to talk about the Cardinals. They are banty roosters, and we're going to let them do it.
Sure.
314-974-0101. That's how you can call in. If you want to text in the number, just save it in your phone. And then here next week, I guess, Jackson, or maybe it's in 2 weeks, Jackson will save your name in the text inbox if you do not have one saved. 314-399-9646. That is how you can participate in the Air Comfort Service text inbox conversation. And 175 friends are youtube.com/TMASTL. That is where you can watch the program and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Sponsor of the Dotem, Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. And on a beautiful day, there's nothing like being outside and having yourself a little libation. And Michelob Ultra is the one that we say, hey, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Doug, that's a nice little libation to enjoy. It's Michelob Ultra, long-time TMA sponsor. All right, Little Dutch Boy wants to start things off, Doug, here in the 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. Little Dutch Boy, you are on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Hello, Dutchie.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Oh, we're fine. You?
I'm good. Wellington, it's good to hear your voice, brother. Glad to have you back.
Thank you.
I'm not super banty about the Cardinals. I think that's part of the problem with them right now. For me, and it might sound kind of goofy, but I really believe that the 06 and 11 World Series championships really changed the calculus for the Cardinals. Then the fact that they just want to get in instead of trying to build a roster to win the division. And with doing that, personally, I feel like they overrate their prospects and they put all their eggs in one basket, and half of them don't turn out, and then you're left with what you have on the field right now. And the biggest thing that concerns me kind of going forward was there was a small snippet that Mr. DeWitt said last year that really kind of scared me. He said, we can only field or basically build our roster and payroll based on what the attendance is. And, well, the attendance has been 12% capacity or whatever it's been, and I wonder if they're going to use that as an excuse not to build out an expensive roster.
I appreciate what you're saying so far. I want to have a conversation about what you're saying. So if you could stay on here. Number one, I agree with you wholeheartedly that the way the Cardinals won the World Series in 2006 and 2011 set the stage for what has taken place in part over the last, in my opinion, it's been more of the last decade, albeit there was an NLCS appearance in 19 in a division championship with a really good team in 2022, but it is certainly not remembered that way because they were in the postseason for 24 hours. So I agree with you there that the mindset became, in other words, if the 2004 and 2005 teams would have won the World Series and the 2006 team would have gotten beaten in the first round by the Padres as opposed to beat the Padres, I don't think the Cardinals are operating or have been operating the way that they have. I really do believe that because it became just get into the tournament, and now it's way more of a tournament than it was even then. So I agree with you there. And on the comment about Bill DeWitt saying the payroll can only go as far as the attendance goes, is that Bill DeWitt the third in his podcast interview with the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne that you're making reference to, or was this a different time where you heard him say that? Because I'm familiar with the former, but I wouldn't be familiar with the latter.
Tim, I don't remember yesterday. I wish I could tell you where I heard the comment. I just remember hearing it last offseason. It was kind of a throwaway comment during some sort of end-of-season interview. I don't remember where I heard it.
Quote here from a Katie Wu article from January. It says, it's a revenue game, DeWitt Jr. said. If you have more revenue, you have an opportunity to spend more money. I think right now, we're in a good position because we have a core of young players. It's not like we're starting from scratch. It's the closest thing I can
And that's
find.
from Bill DeWitt Jr., which would be different than Bill DeWitt III. Bill DeWitt III's thing that caught a lot of hell was in an interview with Martin on Martin's podcast, and it was a throwaway line, but it certainly got a lot of attention. It's one of those things that when you put out there on social media, it's engagement city, so it got traction. But he was pointing out when people said they're not going to show up, what he's saying is then that's going to reduce the attendance revenue, and it's going to be counterproductive if you want the team to spend. People did that did not play well. This comment is a little different, but it does speak to them overrating prospects, or even worse, having the prospects and then the prospects leave the organization and then they come into their own, and that's what we've seen more so.
Well, that's the biggest concern for me. It's like I love the idea of going young. Let's go young, because clearly we don't have the best track record of scouting MLB talent and putting players with the exception of Arenado. He's an all-star, Hall of Famer. It's kind of hard to screw that one up. But I feel like they bring in these young guys. They don't have the proper development in the system, and then they come up to the big leagues. They look like hot garbage. They sell them for, a bag of baseballs. They go to a different team that has a better development program, then they become all-stars. I mean, was Garcia the shortstop, or we got rid of, and now he's like damn near an all-star? It's like, and this is not a one-time thing. I mean, there is a track record of prospects leaving the Cardinals organization, going somewhere else, and becoming really well-rounded, good players. And I just don't understand why there isn't an emphasis. And hopefully, maybe the new GM will do this. But it's a little disconcerting that they want to say, let's build around the roster or the young kids, and then they come in, they suck, and then they get shipped. Then they tear it up somewhere else. Sorry, I'm rambling. I don't want to take up all you guys' time, but I appreciate your time. Wellington, good to hear you, brother.
Michael Wellington, the Little Dutch Boy, is a big fan of your work. Thank you, Little Dutch Boy. Doug, that's the Little Dutch Boy.
Okay. I really struggle to believe that the Cardinals are somehow not trying to put together the absolute best roster they can to save a dollar or two. I just think they've made some bad decisions. They're trying. They've just spent on the wrong people.
I share that opinion.
They've thrown money at Sonny Gray and Contreras, and now Arenado and Michaelis. They threw money at Carpenter, and they've made trades that haven't worked out in the last 2 or 3 years. I don't think they're content with just getting in. I just think they've made a long series of bad moves, and the young guys haven't developed like they thought they would.
I agree. So I agree with part of it, and I disagree with part of it. I agree that they have spent money, and I think that is a misnomer relative to the market size. I think that and I don't want to say I've been on an island, because obviously, Doug, you share that opinion, but it certainly isn't an opinion of the majority of the fan base, is my sense. They've just spent it horrifically. And by the way, they tried to spend it horrifically with a few other players who they were fortunate enough that they didn't get. The Albert Pujols thing, which I think has had a little revisionist history because of what happened in the second half of 2022, had he agreed to the deal and not the Angels deal following the 2011 season, oh, God in heaven, that would have been a disaster. I mean, an all-out disaster. It might have been romantic, at least in your mind, but when he was unable to play in the field and they would have been paying him as much as they would have been paying him, an all-out disaster. The way the Albert Pujols script played out with the Cardinals could not have been any better. They got the fairy tale ending, but they didn't have to pay for his performance in the teens when he was relegated to being just a guy with the Angels who could only DH. But also David Price, if you recall. But also Jason Hayward, if you recall.
Stanton.
But also Giancarlo Stanton, if you recall. And then the ones that they did allocate large amounts of money to and got zero ROI on: Dexter Fowler, Brett Cecil, Mike Leake. I feel like I'm inevitably missing some because I'm shooting from the hip here. Feel free to throw in others if you want. The point being, they have spent some money, but they have not gotten proper return. I guess if you want to talk about extensions with Michaelis and Carpenter, those were certainly polarizing with Carpenter at the time. I still don't know what that was about. That was bizarro world. So I do think they've spent money. They've just spent it atrociously.
Yeah, and a lot of fans wanted them to sign those players. It turned out to be a better deal not to sign them. There was a lot of people that wanted Stanton here and Price and Hayward. I mean, a lot of Cardinal fans say, gosh, we got to go get these guys. And then when they didn't get them, they go, oh, we missed another one. And then 5 years later, ooh, thank God we didn't sign those guys. It's a hard call. It's a hard business. And over the last few years, they just have come up empty on a lot of major decisions.
And then specific to the mindset changing because of the way they got into the playoffs in 2006, and I think 2006 maybe more so. Again, because they had such good teams, and take your pick of whichever, everybody in St. Louis who was around for it would agree that 2004 was the best. You wouldn't find anybody to counter that. And as when Tony La Russa was on with us last week, Doug, he pointed out something that, you know, a guy like Jackson, if you're 27 or younger, you're not going to remember this stuff. And hell, you can be in your 50s and you might not remember it. One of the reasons why they were a shell of themselves by the time they got to the World Series was because Chris Carpenter, I think he had an oblique in September or something that he was done. So the rotation was not the rotation that got them to the 105 wins, and Woody Williams and Matt Morris, the other part of the rotation, they were on fumes as well. But if that team would have been the one to win, or if the 2000 team would have been the one to win, or the 2005 team, or the 2002 team, but because, and people can say, well, 2006 they got healthy, and that's fine. That is factual. They did get healthy, but from talking to people who were actually on that team and then on teams that were earlier on in the decade, they say that even the 2003 team that didn't make the playoffs was better than the 2006 team. So, yes, they did get healthy, but, yes, they also had a starting rotation in Detroit that featured Anthony Reyes taking the ball in Game 1 and Jeff Weaver taking the ball in Game 2. So I realize they got healthy narrative is out there, but I also just want to present who started Games 1 and 2 of the World Series and then let you form your own opinion. So I think by that happening, I think it became, oh, well, man, we had a generational team in 2004, followed up with a 100-win team in 2005, had a really, really good team in 2000, a really, really good team in 2002, but the one that won the World Series is the 2006 team. And also, perhaps, a team I oftentimes bring up that I think is forgotten is the 2009 team. That was the only time that you had Wainwright and Carpenter both healthy going into October, a division-winning team, but got swept out of it by the Dodgers. And so you go, boy, there's a great team, and then they just got knocked out. So it becomes get into the tournament. And another thing that I think factors into the way that they've done business is that they're in a division where you have a couple of teams at a minimum, and usually the same ones, certainly one. I mean, it's great to have them. It's like having Vanderbilt in the SEC with the Pirates, that you know that you got there. But you haven't had year in, year out a team where you go, oh, my God, you got take your pick of the Yankees or the Braves or in recent times the Astros. So if the bar is low to get in, it's kind of like right now being in, you know, one of the college football conferences that isn't the SEC or Big Ten. It's a little different measuring stick. So I think that can factor into it as well. But overall, I disagree with what I think is a really well-accepted narrative in St. Louis that they do not spend money. The issue is if you're not going to dig deep into the free agent pool and go after the A-list players, then how did it coincide that you let your minor league and player development system burn? That I don't understand. If anything, they have allocated dollars to the B and C list free agents, and they have done so very poorly. Whereas, say, for a couple of years ago, when Juan Soto was out there, well, you know, he's not coming to the Cardinals. And I'd go, well, why not? Why do the Cardinals get absolved? But when Matthew Tkachuk's out there and there's a salary cap, the expectation is that the Blues need to go get him. And I realize he's a St. Louisan, but somehow the Blues are held to a standard that the Cardinals are not, and I don't understand. For the life of me, I don't understand. And I think that's something that has coincided around here over the last 5 years. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, text inbox. And the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is active as the day is long, with 204 friends gathered in there and talking it over. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Going to Florida sounds like a good idea almost year-round, and you can do it at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Great little secret that's no longer a secret. It was for a while, the airport in Muscuda, Illinois. Now folks have figured it out. Great low prices on all these awesome destinations. Gulf Shores was added, Knoxville. You go to Hilton Head, Las Vegas, Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale, 7 different Florida locations, all available, one website, flymidamerica.com. You get the convenience of Mid-America St. Louis Airport, which means no hassle. You just can't do that anymore with airline travel. There's just a lot of hassles. Just you kind of accept it at this point, but you don't have to at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Book the flights at flymidamerica.com. Park right there, giant lot in front of the terminal, less than $10 a day to park. And then real simple, from car to gate, it's about 15 minutes. The convenience is there. The destinations are great. Find out more at flymidamerica.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose last night in Denver to the Rockies, trying to salvage the series with a win today. That's going to be a 2:10 p.m. first pitch with Andre Palante towing the slab for the Redbirds. Those are their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, dog. Boy, this puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
I don't know that it does.
Doug, which one came first? Motley Crue's Home Sweet Home or Ozzy Osbourne's Mama, I'm Coming Home?
Why, I don't have the slightest idea.
Motley Crue.
Think so?
Oh, yeah.
Tommy Lee on the piano. Oh, my.
Tommy Lee, what a talented man.
Well hung. Well hung.
Oh.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can also watch it at youtube.com/TMA STL. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 200 friends in there. Gathered. A gentleman who I know who's using his real name in there. And, Doug, I know you hate that. You like when people use anonymous names.
No, I like government names.
Poses this question. Did downtown ruin the Cardinals, or did the Cardinals ruin downtown? How about that question?
No, I think the Cardinals ruined Washington Avenue with Ballpark Village.
That's right.
But it was an honest, legitimate business that they constructed there. There's nothing nefarious about that in any way at all. And I think the Cardinals made downtown. They actually made downtown. If you go back before Busch Stadium 2 was there was nothing but a bunch of old, burned-out warehouses in downtown. And after 66, when they built Busch Stadium 2, suddenly hotels sprung up, restaurants, almost everything you see there now, short of the courthouse, the old courthouse, wasn't there before the Cardinals arrived. So the Cardinals made downtown.
What about the old spaghetti factory on the landing?
I don't think that was there either. I mean, downtown was unbelievably dreadful before they built Busch Stadium 2 there in 66.
Dr. Zoom poses this question here on 101 ESPN. He's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. If downtown is so ruined, how the hell did the Savannah Bananas fill that effing stadium last weekend? They single-handedly destroyed the downtown is unsafe excuse for the Cardinal attendance.
I think they did. I think that's true.
You're a Dr. Zoom lemming.
Well, I don't know that I'm a lemming. I'm just saying with that point, because I thought that was certainly a factor, and I know that it is for some people in my age. I still hear them say, I'm not going downtown at night. But enough people did 2 nights in a row for the Savannah Bananas to make me believe that that's not the factor that I thought it was.
I think
big a factor.
I just think it's all part of an equation. And understandably, oftentimes, and I certainly do this, you focus on one thing, but it's the reality. Okay, here are a combination of negatives. Take your pick of parking's too expensive, the team's not good, the weather's too hot. I want to protest John Mozeliak still having the job. I want to protest Bill DeWitt, whatever it is, and then that forms one side of the equation. And what am I going to go do? Watch Miles Michaelis, Andre Palante, Eric Fetty take the ball to watch, Lars Nootbaar continue to be told he's got great metrics. You know what I mean? I think that's essentially the formula.
It's been a perfect storm of a whole bunch of factors. The primary one being the team just isn't very entertaining. That's the big one. You just haven't got a superstar. You haven't got anybody that people say, well, I want to go down and see so-and-so play. There's nobody on the roster like that now.
Is there any personalities you like on this team, Doug?
There's not a lot of personality,
Doesn't seem like it.
There's not a big-name manager that gets people fired up when you see him on TV all the time.
Well, I think there are personalities that you can gravitate towards on this team.
Tell me.
Victor Scott is a great one. Alec Burleson, I think, is a guy you can kind of gravitate towards. I think younger fans gravitate a lot towards Lars Nootbaar. I do think there are some personalities on the team, but they're just not performing well.
I think this is a macro observation, and I can tie it into what we saw with the Blues. And you've got to take yourself back if you can, because I kind of forget about it, and I'm in here, for 4 hours every morning. That what the talking point was in January before the Four Nations break, in which the team just went off following that and then made the run to what should have been, at the very least, the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs against the Dallas Stars, was, this team just doesn't have any personality. You know, they would take your pick of whomever, but there just isn't a lot of personality. Might be some chemistry issues in the room. And then they have the Four Nations break. They go off coming back, and then it becomes, man, this team just loves playing for each other. They love going to the rink every day. And then when they lost to the Jets, it's going to be, it sucks because we're not going to be able to see each other every day. So I do think that that becomes something that from outside a locker room, when we're not in there, that gets attached to a team, whether it be personality or chemistry issues. And I'm not saying that there is or there isn't. I just want to make the observation from something that's within the last 7 months of how we saw that change when a team wins games. I think that the core issue for fans, more so than anything, is a frustration that there hasn't really been a lane picked by the organization. And I think that if there would have been an ability to trade away the veteran players and then follow up on what they said at that press conference, and you would have been able to say what the Blues did, granted in a dreadful season 18 years ago, the come grow with us thing. Hey, we're new, but this is the future of the Blues. I think people could have bought in. Now you're just sending guys out there, Fetty, of course, being the reason why we're having this conversation. And you know they're not going to be around. They might not even be around. Hell, I don't know what maybe they DFA. I have no idea, much less in 2 years. And you're going, what are they doing? What was the whole point of saying that we're turning the page and we're looking toward the future and runway when the rotation is made up, for the most part, of guys who aren't going to be part of the organization in the next couple of years? Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. It is 8:01 in St. Louis, which means we are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on the program. Coming up in our 10 o'clock hour, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Doug, it's brisk out there, I guess. And so you didn't even have your air conditioning on.
This morning, I didn't need the air conditioner. I needed a jacket. I needed a wrap of some kind.
A shawl.
Yeah. But if I did need my air conditioner and something was wrong with it, I would know who to call, and that'd be Seth Goldcamp with Design Air. Because there's a lot of air conditioners that's going to go on the fritz. This is when it happens, when they're overworked, when it's 100 degrees outside. This is when a lot of them go bad, so you need to know that Design Air is right there waiting for the call. Seth Goldcamp and his team have been doing this since 1904. Actually, Seth hasn't been around since 1904, but he's been around a while, long enough to know how to put together a team of great technicians that can get you taken care of, whether it's heating or cooling, either one. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need, whether you're dealing with this oppressive heat or the cold in the wintertime. They've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. They're going to be busy. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and home of the handsome repairman.
Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up at 10:45. Katie Wu appeared on Foul Territory, Doug, and had an observation regarding the upcoming trade deadline that I think is going to pour gasoline on the fire that is already an inferno this morning here on 101 ESPN with regard to frustration following last night's Eric Fetty clinic at Coors Field. And now the Rockies, and people could say the Rockies are no good, but now they're only 51 games under 500?
Yeah, here they come. They got one win in a row. What more do you want from them? And, by the way, we should mention nobody hits Bradley Blaylock. Except everyone else in the league. His ERA is now 8.67. He handcuffed our Redbirds last night.
What a treat. Alec Burleson wasn't going to be in the lineup. He's got a bruise on his left foot. And then he does some pregame work, probably some therapy, and is like, I want to go. I'm getting a chance to hit in Colorado against Bradley Blaylock. Put me in the lineup. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. So now he's in the lineup. He gets put back into the lineup. And the first pitch he sees from the gentleman, and what ERA did you say he has? He has a 1.75?
8.67 now.
Okay, I got something
stellar
different.
outing last night. It lowered it.
The first pitch the man throws to Alec Burleson somehow hits the injured foot.
You think that was on purpose?
No, because when you're carrying an ERA of 9, I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah, probably not.
Ball's going anywhere.
Yeah. And Burleson just starts screaming F-bombs like, God bless America. I want to get in the lineup to hit against you guys in your ballpark that is operating as a softball field in Major League Baseball, which will preclude you from ever being able to sign good pitching. And now what do? You hit me right where I'm injured.
And he still had 2 hits after that.
My word. But Katie Wu has this observation on the Cardinals and a specific player at the trade deadline. We will have that for you on the other side of the break. The program is called TMA, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years, and he takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. Go online, and right now you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. That's right. Go online at igotfloored.com, and you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. It is Michael's Flooring. Michael's passion's flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. They have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Garden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. There is a reason that Michael has continued to grow through the 31 years he's been operating his business. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. I feel like, and I could be wrong on this, and Doug, I know you covered it, so you can speak to it. This is what they would play before they would turn off the lights and bring out the spotlight at the St. Gabriel 7th grade tournament. Am I right on that?
Well, usually when we covered basketball, we would just go and get a couple baskets and then leave, and then show 20 seconds of highlights and act like we were there the whole game. So it could be that what you're talking about happened after our Linsman had already left.
But you do acknowledge you covered the St. Gabriel 7th grade tournament.
Oh, religiously, yeah. Mostly because we knew who was going to win before they played, and we'd have a final score for you.
These games were all fixed, weren't they?
Absolutely.
Now you're going to be brought into the slander suit. Have fun, Michael. I'd retain counsel stat.
Was Jerry Tarkanian involved down there?
These are serious charges, Jackson. I hope you're dropping out of all of this.
We're not even on the air.
Fungo was the official. I saw a video of him leaning against the wall when he was watching the game while he was officiating.
I like the idea of an elaborate pre-game kind of introduction light show that they would have for a 7th grade basketball tournament.
You better believe it, brother. The lights went off and the spotlight was on.
Yeah, like in Space Jam.
Yeah.
Alan Parsons Project starts playing.
You try to win at the Stitz, you better be ready.
The Stitz?
Yeah, it's the Midwest Poly Pavilion.
Thank you. Cameron Indoor, take your pick. It's TMA. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. The program airs on 101 ESPN and also on the 101 ESPN app, the TMA STL app, youtube.com/TMA STL. And you can always go back and podcast. You can watch the show and just go back and podcast or podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. That is how you can access this program, which celebrates its 21st birthday this Saturday. And there is going to be an exclusive party at a location that will be texted to all of you about an hour out. But I can tell you it is in Italy at Lake Como.
Oh, I was hoping to be outside somewhere here in St. Louis that day.
Yeah.
It also might be at Six Flags at one of those picnic tables.
Ooh, nice. That's fun.
It's been too long since I've been back.
114 heat index.
Yeah,
stand in line for an hour.
Six Flags in years.
Let's go. Day for Thunder River.
Show trip.
Doug, I deep teased this for those of you just joining us here on the program. I would describe, despite the temperatures outside, it is the winter of our discontent. And that was a line used by Ethan Hawke in Reality Bites.
I remember.
Yeah.
Winona Ryder.
Yeah. Janine Garofalo, who's going to join us in the 10 o'clock hour.
Really?
But this is the winter of our discontent as Cardinal fans, I think, might be at peak frustration, losing to two teams that are not in the playoff race, although I guess mathematically the Diamondbacks are because everybody is. The Rockies have found themselves out, Doug, 51 games below 500. But you know what? If they can get hot,
they can still win this baby.
That's right.
In fact, if they won all their games the rest of the way, I don't think they could still win this baby.
And with Eric Fetty being the one contributing to it, the anger is palpable. Now, let's get you angrier. Katie Wu appeared on what podcast? Foul Territory. There's Fair Territory, and that's Ken Rosenthal. And there's Foul Territory, and that's A.J. Przinsky. And
Eric Kratz.
And you're mad at him because he wears his fitted cap backwards?
He's broadcasting like he needs his catcher's mask, and he has his hat backwards like he's waiting for a catcher's mask to put on.
Jackson has a problem. He has a problem with the hat backwards.
Not necessarily. I don't mind the hat backwards, but when you're wearing a fitted Major League Baseball cap, and you have it backwards and just the MLB logo showing up front, it looks kind of goofy. On everybody except Ken Griffey Jr., he made it look cool.
All right, there you go. There's where Jackson. But nonetheless, despite Jackson's disdain for Eric Kratz and his hat, here is Katie Wu on the Cardinals and Ryan Helsley at the deadline.
Any contending team is looking for high leverage, high octane relief pitching at the deadline. Could Ryan Helsley still command a return for the Cardinals? Absolutely. But if the Cardinals think that they can still contend and still compete in the second half and, again, sneak into that wild card, they're not going to move him. Now, that brings into question, well, what are they going to do with him in the future? That's not a John Mozeliak decision. That's a Chaim Bloom decision. He'll take over the roster changes, of course, after the end of the 2025 regular season. What the Cardinals have to weigh with Helsley specifically is, are they built to contend in the next 2 months? Can they sneak into the second or the final wild card spot? Is it worth holding on to Helsley to try to kind of reach that fever dream of a postseason, or should they stick to status quo and focus on the future? If they decide to do that, I imagine they'll move Helsley.
It's based on
fever dream.
I like that fever dream of a playoff spot. For the record, the Cardinals are tied for third with the Reds and 8.5 back in the Central. And Doug, the fever dream, as Katie Wu called it there, of making the postseason. They are 3.5 games back of the final playoff position. They are 3.5 back of the Padres, who they will get a chance to see this weekend.
Okay. I could see how Mozeliak wouldn't want to part with Helsley, because if somehow, by some miracle of science, they could get a wild card spot, that's the only way he can save face, I think, at this point, isn't it? He could always say, well, I went out with a playoff team, and what's he going to say if he trades everybody off? Well, I went out a total failure.
This series this weekend is large trouble. You've got a bunch of superstars that play for that team. Their skipper is looking to feed it to the Cardinals.
Yeah, he's a banty rooster.
Chance. Yeah. And I love him. I love everything about him. And before you know it, that 3.5, well, who knows what's going to happen today in Colorado, but that 3.5 could be 7.5 or 8, and then it's over.
Yeah. Well, the division race, I think, is over.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, chasing the Brewers and the Cubs.
I'm talking about the wild card.
Yeah, I know. I just think if they hang on, if they don't make a bunch of trades for really young players, Mozeliak is not going to have any way to save face on the way out. And if they keep
and do you
these
think
guys,
that's the primary motivation?
It could be one of it. I'm just trying to think what possible motivation that they have.
Maybe he doesn't care at all.
What else is there?
Right.
If Chaim Bloom is really calling the shots now, then I think you'd see a complete roster shakeup. But if it's Mozeliak still has 100% control, then what really is his motivation to shake it up for somebody else?
Yeah, I just don't think sneaking into the wild card in his final year and holding on to Helsley and what that will mean for the future will make fans be like, "Oh, okay, thank you, John Mozeliak." I don't think
probably not.
At this point.
But if you're him, it would be even worse if you give up and you finish 15 games out of first.
He
place.
just doesn't strike me as a guy who's like, I need to protect my legacy as I've kind of stumbled out of the office.
I don't know. I think he might be that kind of guy.
He may not care one bit. And just be like, here you go, boys. Let's roll it out there with what we got.
I think he cares. I think he's a proud guy. I think he cares.
I tend to think that it's more where Doug is on this because of the fact that I don't know why he just didn't shut her down after last year, or the organization said, well, we're going to move on. I mean, imagine to take yourself back at this press conference that I've cited a couple times on the show so far today. Imagine if at that press conference, in addition to what they said, and of course they didn't do what they said they were going to do, but it would have been an announcement that Chaim Bloom was now the president of baseball operations and John Mozeliak was stepping down a year earlier. What the reaction would have been in St. Louis? What do you think the reaction would have been in St. Louis?
If they're right where they are now, playing with the same team?
No, back in October when they had the press conference.
Positive, certainly.
Not just positive, it would have been euphoric.
Yeah.
Now, all that would have happened was he wouldn't be in, quote, control for 2025. But he is the face of the frustration for many of the fans. But again, for whatever reason, and I think, and I feel like this is a pretty educated theory here. This one isn't speculation. The DeWitts, and I'm sure a lot of people appreciate this. This is the way that oftentimes when somebody gets let go, that people go, you owe them this. The DeWitts feel gratitude to John Mozeliak for 2009, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2019, I guess, 2020, 2021, 2022. And so they did not want to dismiss him and force him out. And so that is why I think you have this really odd year where somebody is there because of the past, all while the organization is supposedly turning toward the future. And then you can get into the weird spot that you're talking about where someone may be interested in their legacy while the organization is supposedly turning its attention toward the future. Yeah. And those two plans are contradictory.
He's only human and a proud guy. He doesn't want to go out leaving the team a pile of ashes, I wouldn't think. And if he's still got a shot to possibly squeak in a wild card, it doesn't seem likely, of course, but he's got a shot. I just can't see him saying, all right, we'll give everybody away and maybe Chaim Bloom can turn this into a decent team 3 or 4 years from now. I just don't think that's how Mozeliak would do it.
Helsley hasn't even been that good this year, and closers have a shelf life. He's a relief pitcher. In the name of all things holy, please move him. Also, just leave Fetty in Colorado with a piece of paper that says free on him like my busted ottoman sitting on my curb.
Oh.
Doug, that's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
People will take those ottomans. If you put free on anything, it'll disappear. You don't have to call out somebody to haul
so you think
anything
the Rockies
away.
might pick up Fetty, or maybe the Pirates swing by?
I don't know that anyone is going to be interested in Fetty right now. It may be the end of the line for him in his career.
Would you judge a person if you went to their living room and they say, hey, sit on my ottoman, I picked it up off the side of the road?
No. I'd say, hey, you got a nice deal. You know where I can get one?
Fair.
Now, that'll work on virtually anything. You write free on it and put it out by the curb, and it'll be gone.
Yeah.
What's the trade deadline? July 30th?
It's a week from Friday, the 31st.
Mm-hmm.
Or, excuse me, 31st.
Okay. So, Doug, let me ask you this. To your point about Mozeliak and how he'll go out, by Sunday, July 27th, it's possible that the Cardinals in the wild card race could be behind by 8 games-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Will his decision be based on how close they are to the wild card to make a move? Because if they're totally out of it at that point, what's the difference?
If they're that far out of it, I think they'd go ahead and do it. But when you're still on the fringes of it, I think it's harder for them to do it.
For the purpose of the conversation, when you say do it, what?
Trade the Helsleys and the players that you would still want if you were in contention.
See, that's where you get into the question, because if the no trade clause guys are all no trade clause still, and Helsley is the guy, like who else is there that is going to be desirable? Now, don't get me wrong, they'll unload some guys. I think, and I guess I'll ask if fans this, I'd be curious what your response is. YouTube chat brought to you by Michelob Ultra and Air Comfort Service text line, and you're also welcome to call in 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. What would be a move they could make? So something specific here that you would see go down. I think it's 5 o'clock Central on July 31st, where you would be like, I'm fired up that they did this. Now, we're all operating on the premise that move would be a sale move. For me, it would be trading Contreras. I think that's something that you might actually be able to do, and it also clears space, and you now clear additional dollars. And I realize he has hit well, and I realize he's popular here. He's perhaps replaced the Yadier Molina fire that many fans loved Yadier Molina for, but that would be one that I'd be like, all right, that is a clear, bold move that clears some runway for younger players. Again, who, I don't know, but at least it's going in that bold direction. Again, bold being relative. Bold for the Cardinals. Lukewarm for the Blues.
I could see a possible move out there with the Dodgers, who could use a third baseman and a closer right now.
I agree with you there.
If Arenado and Helsley could bring you back maybe one of the Dodgers' top pitching prospects, I'd go for that.
And I could be wrong. This is just me representing the Dodgers' position on it. I would wonder if the Dodgers go, okay, we're not going to trade your prospect because we're going to take Arenado's salary off your hands. So that's what you get. That's what you get in return.
You get nothing?
Well, nothing.
We're going to trade you Arenado for his bupkis?
Well, free that
for
money.
Nothing?
But there is value to adjusting your balance sheet.
Yeah. Essentially take that money.
I'm not saying there's value. I'm saying I'm not sure I've ever heard of a trade like that before, where we're going to send you Nolan Arenado for nothing. I think the Dodgers would throw somebody in there.
Yeah, but I mean, you said top pitching prospect, and I don't think they're...
Well, with Helsley, both. I'm saying send them both to the Dodgers.
But I think if it's Helsley for a Dodger straight up, then you're getting a quality prospect. I also wonder how great the prospect will be, because Helsley hasn't been great this year. Now, I think if you include Arenado in there, if they would even have the appetite for it, then I think it reduces the give on the part of the Dodgers. And by that, I mean the player. It becomes more of a baseball trade
You don't have to say baseball. Of course,
they
we're
trade
talking
a player,
baseball.
but it becomes more of an organization trade if they take on a large portion of Arenado's salary.
The Dodgers have got Muncy's. He's on the IL now at third. I could see where they might come to the conclusion that Arenado could fill in at third, and Helsley could be possibly their closer because they've had some relief pitcher problems.
Yeah,
and those would be two valuable guys for them to get. Arenado makes a ton of money, but does that even matter to the Dodgers anymore?
No, it does not.
They couldn't do anything for me to get back on board this season for sure, and even next season. They're going to have to put up or shut up at this point. They've taken fans' loyalty for granted long enough. Time for them to show me. That's the state's motto. So do it, DeWallets. Doug, that's the star of the Real Housewives of TMA. Her name is Sharon, and she's in Clayton.
She brings powerful takes. Powerful.
Helsley for Sam Horn. Book it. That's from Bobby Tejas, the Missouri quarterback, who also was the Dodgers' 17th round pick, would come to the Cardinals, and Helsley goes to Los Angeles.
Would the Cardinals use Horn as a quarterback or a reliever?
Great question. 314-974-0101. Arenado and Helsley for a player to be named later seems ridiculous. That's from Who's On First.
No, why would that be ridiculous? That seems totally reasonable to me.
Who's on first? Call in.
You got a team with virtually unlimited resources as far as payroll goes, a team that thinks they got a great chance to win the World Series. These are two pieces that they could get to fill needs for them, and the Cardinals possibly get a player that they could use next year somewhere down the road.
Bringing in some more catchers would fire me the hell up. That's from MD 2020. Michael Jackson would like to see 6 guys who theoretically can play catcher on the Cardinal roster.
Now, there is something, and yes, wholeheartedly, I mean that. But based on MLB.com, 3 of the top 6 Cardinal prospects are catchers. So
nice, and they've already got 4 on the current roster.
Right. So if you're looking at a position where you have a lot and maybe can move someone, and that someone might be someone like Herrera who has some value, but you have a guy like Jimmy Crooks, who I know they're really high on, who's in AAA right now playing well. Maybe that is someone who you explore, because I would say Herrera does have some value. He's not much of a catcher, but he can hit.
Yeah.
Doug Big Al is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and he has some thoughts. Big Al, good morning. You are on with Jackson Burkett.
Hey, who's on the dais?
My name is Tim McKernan. On my right is Doug Vaughn, and then Michael Wellington is in for Martin Kilcoyne, and then you have Jackie Papers.
Welser, how's it going?
Welser.
Hey, Big Al. How are you, pal?
I didn't recognize your voice.
That's okay.
Well, my phone's going off, so whenever I'm sleeping till usually about 11, because now I'm retired and stuff's happening like this, it's major, but I'm getting texts, call in, please call in about the Cardinals, so here I am. First off, Sharon, don't burn my cookies. I'm telling you right now, I'll be held to pay.
Oh, and so, are you telling her to start baking? Stop texting and start baking?
Don't burn my cookies, I'm saying. She's already baking them. She knows the deal. So here's the deal. So how you doing, Doug?
Oh, I'm fine, Al. How are you? How's the health? Good?
I'm not happy at all. Every time this fool's name is brought up, my blood pressure goes up. My pit bull boss is smarter than our boss, Mosaic, and I know it's an easy, it's like clubbing a seal pup, but it's here's the point. He has taken this organization, and Timmy, I can't agree more. The worst things happened was spend and get in and let's win this baby. And yeah, that's worked since when? 2011? Yeah, back when I had hair. So, DeWallet's not running this team. He makes the final call on the money, but Mosaic has been in charge of this team. In 2006, I don't give him. That was Walt. But in 2011, we got hot and won the baby. But since 2011 and before that, he has taken our proud organization and wrecked it from the top to the bottom. And yet he keeps his job. There's not an executive in baseball that you can name that could have done what this guy did to us, the St. Louis Cardinals. Hello, DeWallet. It's not the DeWallet Cardinals. It's the St. Louis Cardinals, and that's us. I was born here. I'm going to die here in a Blues jersey. You've already expressed on that. So here's the problem. You want to base your payroll on what we spend, and if you don't have the money – you're paying 75 cents for a $10 Michelob Ultra, okay? You got rats chewing on your Coca-Cola lines down there, and I know that firsthand.
How do you
and
know
I will say
that?
it is right now, and your hot dogs are $24. So here's the deal. You've got a guy that has protected our organization from the top to the bottom. We had one of the best minor leagues, and what has he done? Slept in his chair, picked out bow ties and gay sweaters, walks around with these penny loafers with no socks, and everybody could smell it. And he acts like he knows what he's doing. And Mo, you don't. I do. I know way more than you do, and I'm not down there every day. Yes, Doug, you've made some good points. We've clamored for people, and thank God it didn't work out. Everybody makes mistakes, but not as many as you have, Mo. Not even close, okay? I mean, my pit bull can make less just by putting his paw on one side or the other of the table and asking him what should he do.
Well, if you were the general manager, what move would you make?
You really get a good deal.
What move, if you know more than him, what move would you make to start to fix things?
I would absolutely tell him to go down there, put some socks on, get your sweater back on. Heim, you're in charge, and you run it. You make the trades. You draft. You do it all. It should have been done last year. DeWall it again. You failed us by leaving him in there. He's wrecked the car, and what do? You get a tow truck, pull him back half on the road and half out, and then he goes right back in again. We got 32 catchers. None of them can catch. We got middle infielders. We have no outfielders. And we're wrecked, and we have nobody coming. So, Heim Bloom, you can't get any quicker. And, Mo, sit down. Just like I told Matheny when Okendo took over. Go down there, comb your hair, stay hot for the women, and Okendo's running it. Mo, you've done this, and I'm mad about it. And I'm not putting up with it anymore, and I'm not going down there until Heim turns it around. And then the Cardinals will be back in the bloom. Love you.
All right.
Back in the bloom, Doug. You like that? That's the marketing campaign for 2026.
Anything else, guys?
Yeah.
Let's call this a wrap.
So it sounds like he's not that happy with the current state of the organization.
Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, we do. Well, we used to. Now we don't have very many fans.
Doug, a lot of reactions.
Strong call.
Charlie Marlowe liked it. Let's see what we got. This guy is the St. Louis version of Mike Francesa. That's from your mom's lesbian lover. Big Al probably shopped at Aldi. That's from the self-made stay-at-home with you, Mom.
Is that a bad thing?
I don't know. I just read what's in the teleprompter. Who enjoys telling wealthy people how to spend their money more? Yappy Clayton Boss Babes or a St. Charles? That's from Arbor Day, Doug, and he won the Texter of the Year in 2023 and 2024. And I gather he's calling Big Al the St. Charles and Sharon and Clayton the Yappy Clayton Boss Babe. Everybody's at each other's throats this morning.
I know. This is what happens when your club struggles.
Oh, my goodness.
Well,
I can't stand this team. They got no balls. Okay? I want teams with balls. I want guys with balls.
That had to be Tony Soprano. It had to be.
That's when they weren't happy with the New York Mets, who, of course, are 68 or 58, excuse me, and 44.
Yeah, boy, try on some, stare down the business end of an Eric Fetty start. Tell me you don't like balls.
How would that play in Queens?
Oh, God.
You're welcome to get involved. Many are choosing to do so. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. You got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 223 friends have gathered this morning, including the JCPenney chat support, who's talking to Adam Welly and Ball Knower 19 and Dr. Xander Malanthrop, Doug. And Doug's Fixed Gong is currently ranked #1 by YouTube as the #1 chatter in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. JCPenney chat support ranked #2. So it's fun to see the rankings. They come and go, and they're active at youtube.com/TMASTL.
He mentioned the Fixed Gong. Chairman Kurt just put a staple on one of
and it looks like he fixed
strings
it.
up on the brake.
Chairman.
I'm back in business.
Damn it, Kurt.
Back in business and ain't it grand?
I'm a problem solver. My name is Revolver.
All it took was a
I like
stick.
that. Jackson and Martin hate the gong.
What are you doing? I might have been the one to fray the edges of the in the first place.
Why do you hate it?
It's because it's going to cause me to go deaf. You hear how loud that is?
Oh, it's really nice.
And when it's when there's aggressive lemonade, he really starts to hammer on it.
Stop your eliminating.
Compresses it. Man, does it hurt.
Put some headphones on. You'll be all right.
I got 1 ear. I'm like a Major League Baseball player, 1 year out.
Sharon in Clayton has issued a statement in response to Arbor Day. I love Aldi. Nothing wrong with saving a buck on milk, Mom. It's the same damn crap as the stuff you pay 3 times as much for at Straub's. Bite me, tree boy. Yap on this. That's Sharon in Clayton with her response to Arbor Day.
Nice
and now they are
comeback.
officially sideways. This program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Well, Doug, it's a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne here with Little Jackie Paper's return music on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where in the Michelob Ultra chat, they're trying to figure out what goes on in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat, and candidly, I don't look in there.
No.
Chairman Kurt, you occasionally glance in there. No, you don't.
Not anymore. I'm at home in the TMA chat.
We moved the people to the TMA STL YouTube chat. So come on in. The water is warm. YouTube.com/TMA STL. Michelob Ultra sponsor of that. Michael Wellington is at the dais filling in for Martin Kilcoyne, who is vacationing in the Hamptons this week. And I will be out tomorrow and Friday, Doug. And family responsibility tomorrow, an event on Friday. And Michael will be here with you and Papers and Chairman Kurt.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll all be reunited on Monday and talk about the 21st anniversary party for TMA, which, again, is at a location to be determined. It's kind of like the meeting between Michael Corleone and Salazzo. You're going to get a phone call, and you're going to find out where it's going to be. But so many people want to be there that we've got to keep it private.
I see.
Can I get bottle service?
Bottle service, 100%. Yeah, with the sparklers when they bring the bottles over.
That'd be nice.
Does that help you with the ladies when you get bottle service?
It used to.
It did?
I mean, you don't think that's the case anymore? You don't think there's bottle service anymore?
No. I mean, I just remember being in Vegas, and if you had the table with the bottles, you definitely had more opportunity for women to approach your table because, they were all gold digging. Fill in the blank there.
And what would bottle service cost you in Vegas?
Oh, it's so reasonable. For like a $17.99 bottle of vodka, you can get marked up to $1,000.
Yes.
Really?
So we call that margin season at the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. We're usually on the red number side of that. But my compadres, we won't name names, Michael, but we have the same when we'd arrive in Las Vegas. I, of course, a married man just full of loving and monogamy. But my compadres were not, and what they would do is we would call it see who's on the bachelorette parties. And then say, hey, we've got this table over here at the bottle service, and then the next thing you know.
And one bottle was enough to fill up all of them?
No. But
so
when you're paying for the bottle, you're paying for the real estate at, as you call it, the club.
You're paying for a section.
That's right.
You get a private section. That's what you're actually paying for.
But the vodka then is reasonably priced?
No, certainly not.
Not at all.
All inclusive, like the full package, is still ridiculously expensive, but makes a little bit more sense.
So if you're spending 2.5, 3 hours there with bottle service, and picking off the bachelorette party gals.
That's right.
How much are you going to spend that night?
That's a great question. I like a little Price is Right Las Vegas edition.
That sounded to me like what you just said was about $3,000.
I was going $5,000. Okay. I was going $5,000.
Depends on what kind of alcohol that you order. You could, certainly get the low budget stuff, and that would be a little bit less. But
could a guy order an Arnold Palmer and get the same sort of bottle service?
With Arnold Palmer's universal.
Amen.
Okay.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Oh, do women ever do that? Do they ever get bottle service hoping to get the men over to their table?
I think so, especially these days. I think in Nashville you may see that at a club or two.
Party?
Yeah. If they're not riding that, what's that vehicle they have that goes around the streets now, Jackson, in Nashville? Have you seen that? Where they all
pedals?
Yes, they pedal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a booze bus or something, and you pedal and you drink, and what noise did it make?
That's what you do the whole time?
Yeah. Yep.
Woo!
I think riding around, basically just stopping in traffic every 30 seconds.
Women these days are a lot more aggressive.
Are they really?
I think so.
Is that right, really?
I think, yeah.
I mean,
in Nashville.
Doug and I are it couldn't be more detached from the scene. I mean, I have been with my wife predating the apps. So I don't even know what the Tinder experience was like. And all three of you gentlemen, Chairman Kurt, you and Jackson, that's what you're
Vegas is Vegas. I think you'd agree with that, right? That's a planet unto itself. But I spent a lot of time in Nashville, and like Jackson was saying, you see these pedal buses or these pedal vehicles, and then you go to these different hotel bars and rooftop bars, and it's just, I don't know. I just think it's a lot different than it was, say, 15 years ago.
Well, I can tell you this. Was it 2007, Doug?
Oh, gosh, I don't know the years, Tim.
A friend of mine who might be related to you ran deep in the World Series of Poker main event.
Sure.
You might remember this.
I know who you're speaking of.
Okay.
Yes.
I think won like $65,000, $70,000.
The governor?
The governor, that's correct. And we
Keogh?
all... No.
Parson?
No. Just a gentleman
Walking Joe Teasdale?
Gentleman with, I enjoy that. His son was a Sigma Chi with me in Missouri, yeah. The gentleman was running deep, so a bunch of us flew into Las Vegas to enjoy, celebrate. One of my compadres got a table. Was it a Tao? Was it a Tao at the Venetian? Was that where it was?
Oh, hell, I don't know.
And
yes, it was.
Were you there?
No, but I remember that club, because if I remember correctly, weren't there women in bathtubs in that club? Do you recall
were there
that?
women in bathtubs?
No water, though, Doug, if you can imagine this. They were like go-go dancers in the bathtubs dancing around the tables. It was a wild scene.
Yeah, I think they might have that at the Red Robin off of Manchester. Also bottomless fries, too.
At Red Robin they do that?
Bottomless fries, you better believe it.
And they'll draw you a bath.
No, I haven't heard that.
So my compadre targets the bachelorette party. This is ABC Poker here. If we're bet pre-flop, we're going to fire a continuation. Bet you might not like it, but that's the way the game is played. Okay, are we all clear?
Okay.
Good. Crystal. So the bachelorette party comes over, and then before you know it, in a moment that would soil the sanctity of the wedding vows, eventually, I would imagine, and probably make the shower awkward, he went home with not only the bride, but her maid of honor.
Oh
my.
Now, I stand here and I doff my cap.
Tip it.
Like Derek Jeter's nephew in his final at bat. That's what I'm doing.
Huh.
But others might go, boy, that's...
It's an aggressive move.
Is this Lexington steel?
It's actually more aggressive on the bride's part than his part.
What about the maid of honor speech? Does she bring it up? Your thoughts, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Doug, the word you're looking for is a bar cycle. That's from your fourth female listener. She says Soulard has a bar cycle.
I think I've seen
I've been
that.
on one of those.
Yeah. And do you go, woo?
No.
Well, you're supposed to.
I know.
Why else would you even rent one?
Yeah, this was like in the pandemic.
A bar cycle. So basically you're doing shots on that thing while you're pedaling.
And you go to different bars, and I didn't love it personally, but
well, it seems like a lot of exercise.
The pedaling is ceremonial.
Oh, it's not.
Nothing else. Yeah.
You don't need the pedaling to.
I don't think you're helping the gentleman who's actually doing
pedaling is ceremonial. I like that. The pedaling is ceremonial.
It's like giving your kid like the fake Fisher Price steering wheel when they sit in the back seat. Like, oh, I'm driving.
But,
honk.
But the pedaling helps.
Maybe
if you didn't.
Jackson says it's ceremonial.
The pedals are facing the wrong direction. I don't. It's like a hamster wheel.
It's not moving. It's not moving a chain of any kind.
I think that there's a guy up front who is moving the chain. I don't know if the people on there pedaling are doing anything.
Oh,
because that's the guy going to turn around and be like, "Hey, keep it up, harder, work hard." Like he's a what do they call it in crew?
Coxswain. The coxswain.
Coxswain.
And COAXWAIN. I think coxswain.
Okay, I thought it was something else. Either way, that's what these people are like.
Okay, and he's pedaling. Or has he got some motor on that
For
thing?
Sure. I think he's pedaling.
Well, the poor guy. He's got to pedal by himself.
You're telling me.
Yeah, it's ceremonial.
I think he's actually working hard.
Well, what a lousy job for him.
I could be wrong. People can text him.
Well, if you don't like your job, you should have gone to journalism school.
Bingo.
There's all kinds of jobs you won't like if you
cut, print.
Do that. There's no end of jobs that you'll hate. And wonderful towns you don't want to live in.
Tim, how do I get one of those pullovers? Doug, that's from the never-ending wipe in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. If you are watching on YouTube, Doug, it's tmastlshop.com. Michael, you were asking little Jackie Papers after the show yesterday about that merch.
I liked that. Was that a pullover, a quarter zip you had on yesterday?
Yes, a little quarter zip.
Yeah, I like the royal blue.
This is I got a light hoodie.
I noticed
because
that.
it's cold in here.
You gonna wear that outside today?
I will not. When I was wearing it walking in, I'm like, oh my god! But I knew when I would get into the studio, I think it's usually about like 62 degrees in here, so you just got to dress in layers. Otherwise, I'm cold if I don't. TMASTLshop.com. Let's see. Don Hoffman says, I want Tim's entire wardrobe. Don, if you're over 5'3", it's not going to fit. So that's kind of the core issue.
The pants are a real problem for most guys.
Yeah, I'm short-legged. Short-legged.
Are you?
Yeah, I think
What's
so.
the inseam now?
24? 24 and a half if I'm
Is
wearing
this
my
Lexington steel?
There he is again.
That's like 4T, isn't it? That's like a 4 toddler.
That ain't cool, man.
No, it isn't.
I'm doing my
sorry.
best here.
I could not be.
You know I'm doing
sorry.
that surgery in China during the holiday season.
That's right.
Doug, we have 3 people who want to talk to you on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. I'll give you your choice. It's a Sadie Hawkins.
Okay.
Mark, Chase, and Chairman Steve.
Well, Chairman Steve has been suspended for his comments.
Yeah, he's banished him.
Yeah. He needs to think about what he said. And who are the other? Mark and who? Chase?
Chase.
Oh, let's go for Chase.
Chase, good morning.
Okay.
I'm
hold
sorry.
on a second.
Can we do it on the other side of the commercial break? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Jackson Burkett, Doug.
Well, of course, if that's what we have to do.
Yeah.
Let's do it on the other side. If the people can hang on just for a second, we'll do it on the other side of the commercial break.
All right, Doug. We got to hit the 5-day. So we got the 5-day forecast. It's going to be hot. 113 heat index. Traffic update. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Milwaukee Brewers' 11-game winning streak has come to an end. They lost last evening to the Seattle Mariners, snapping the longest active streak in Major League Baseball. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
You like this one, Doug?
Well, it's okay, I guess. I was never really a heavy metal type of guy. I'm a yacht rocker.
That doesn't surprise me.
Country music, yacht rock, that's not heavy metal for me.
Toto?
That kind of thing, yeah. Even when I was a teenager, I didn't like the heavy metal stuff.
Like when you were...
But there was great peer pressure to like it.
When you were college age and like mid-20s, what concerts did you attend?
Nice question, Michael.
I didn't really do concerts.
What do you mean? Weren't you in Miami?
Not in college, I wasn't.
Well, I know, but like in the 20s. I mean, that would be a pretty fun place to be.
It would have been, but it just wasn't my thing.
So what did you do? No music? No live music?
Sports.
Journalism?
Journalism mostly.
Yeah,
I worked a lot of nights, so that makes it hard to run around and do concerts.
Hey, you were into your craft. I get it.
Yeah. I'm a craftsman. As much as
Shut up, ravioli head.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. That's the voice of Michael Wellington, who is filling in this week for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne. And Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA as we are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. You can talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMA STL. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, you were calling. We had Chase. We had Chairman Steve in Wildwood. We had Mark on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. It's a Sadie Hawkins. What do you want to do?
I thought we should go with Chase first.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Well, hello, Chase.
How we doing this morning? Doug, I appreciate you pronouncing my name right. I know sometimes you have a hard time talking, but anyway, I got a couple things to say. So with the cookie thing, with Sharon, do you think she's making cookies that you can feed to a child or cookies that make you feel like a child?
Huh. That's a good question, Chase. I like where you're coming from right out of the gate.
Well, I don't know that she actually bakes the cookies at all. She's got all these homes in exotic locations. There's probably someone baking the cookies for her.
Fair point. So my other thing was, so I had more than enough man sodas last night, and I fell asleep. I had a dream. I'm a Cowboys fan. I had a dream that the Cowboys won a playoff game. I woke up about 5:30 this morning and started laughing at myself because, we all know that's not going to happen. My question to you guys is, realistically, what do you think the expectations should be for the Cowboys this year with the division getting better, with Daniels in his second year and the Eagles coming off a Super Bowl win? I mean, are we looking at a 500 season? What are we looking at here?
Doug, you reveal your predictions historically the day after the Major League Baseball trade deadline. I always look forward to your evaluation of the AFC North, but do you mind talking a little bit about the NFC East here?
If I remember correctly, without looking anything up, I think they were 7-10 last year and had a negative 118 point differential, if my memory serves.
Right.
So they've got a long way to go. They got a long way to go.
Without Dak for 9 games.
I didn't hear what you said. Go ahead.
Without Dak.
Oh, okay. Well, so what? They've still got a long way to go to catch the Eagles and the Commanders. I don't think the Cowboys are there. No.
I'm just saying, do we think 500? I went through the schedule and I looked at 10-7, and I know you'll give your predictions, after the All-Star break, but
I think they'll be about 8 and 9. 8 and 9.
Sick.
How's that sit with you?
It makes me want to get banned.
Chase, do you believe in Joe Milton?
No.
Yeah, good. That makes sense.
I'm not an idiot. I'm not the Cowboys fan that says every year, this is our year, this is our year. I'm not naive. I know that, until Jerry Jones dies and somebody else takes over, it ain't going to happen. I'm 31 years old, and the Cowboys haven't won more than one playoff game in a season since I was born. My dad says I'm the curse.
Well, you could be. What'd the Cowboys do in the offseason? Who'd they get to get better?
Duh, George Pickens. Come on now.
Don't ever say duh to me again.
I'm trying to get banned. I told you, Doug.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't take much.
Hey, don't ban me, Doug. Don't ban me.
Okay.
Chase, thank you for the phone call. Wonderful Cowboy discussion, and we'll look forward to more when Doug releases his predictions. NFC East is always a fun one.
Okay.
Doug, the Cowboys, for the record, plus 550 to win the NFC East. The Eagles are minus 160, and the Washington Commanders plus 250. The Giants at plus 2,000. There's your
Cowboys 8-9 is my early prediction.
That's a good question, isn't it?
Okay, wasn't bad.
No, it's a stupid question.
You got a super girl cousin who shows up in a cape.
And Bill Reloaded says, I could have gone apple picking down in Lewisburg and cider.
Yeah.
Can this guy lay his head on a golf tee and let Michael hit his driver? That is from the Warson Woods Wacko. He did not enjoy the Cowboys conversation.
You see videos like that sometimes where a guy will have a tee in his mouth lying down.
I believe David Faraday and John Daly did that.
Dangerous.
God. I mean, it could kill you, right, if the guy missed?
Yeah. Absolutely.
That kind of blunt force trauma to the head?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Split your head open like a watermelon.
Yeah.
Why does this guy sound like he's on Busch Light number 10 before 10 a.m.? Also, please tell him he's won free tickets to Jerry World with airfare provided via a rocket ship straight into the sun. That's from Carlos Spicy, who wants Chase to be shot into the sun.
He was very open about wanting to be banned. He didn't want to be suspended. He wanted to be banned.
Banned forever.
He wasn't bad, though.
That worries you a little bit.
Can you guys break down the Maple Leafs trade offseason in the next segment? Thanks. That's from Just Don't Press Push. What kind of gas station worker gets a 20-minute break to call into a St. Louis radio station to talk Dallas Cowboys? That's from Mr. Licks, and he's career-shaming members of the audience, Doug.
Well, we like all our callers, though.
Do you take pot?
When's Licks going to call in again and talk to me about Aspen? I remember that from Christmas time.
Licks, call in 314-974-0101. Doug, Mark, and Stephen Wildwood are lurking on these Callier and Thompson phones.
Well, how about Mark?
Mark, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN.
How you doing, guys?
Oh, we're fine. You?
Hi, Mark.
Good. So, I think we can tell that the St. Louis Cardinals snowflakes are listening today by how they jumped all over Big Al. I loved his rant myself.
Did you?
But anyway, Ozzy Osbourne, I guess his body has now joined his brain, which has been dead for quite a few years.
Okay.
Eric,
too soon.
Too soon?
Well, it was yesterday.
Okay, well, dark humor's good sometimes, too. Anyway, on the Eric Fetty front, I don't want to see anybody launch him to the sun. I don't want to see him dropped off in a horrible neighborhood. I think we change his name to Julio and just call ICE.
Oh, gosh.
He just needs to go away. He just needs to go away.
Okay. That's immigration humor there.
As far as the state of the Cardinals, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but when this ownership group bought the Cardinals, did they not buy all of the parking decks, parking garages, all the parking right along with
Stadium East parking garage? Stadium East and West, they bought. I think both. Yeah.
And then turned around, from what I remember, they turned around and sold just the parking for what they paid for the whole franchise.
Well, not the whole franchise. Big chunk of it. Yeah, big chunk of it.
So, I mean, the excuse that they need to use fans showing up to the stadium to spend money, they've got plenty of money. They're billionaires. Let's not forget that. Every team, even the teams that aren't doing well attendance-wise, they're all still making money with TV and radio. And I know they want to call it small market, whatever. But like I said, these guys are billionaires. They, like you guys were saying earlier, spend your money a little better. Don't go after the guys. I mean, it's an eye test. If you look at a guy and he hasn't been good before you, what makes you think you're going to – Dave Duncan's gone. We're not going after reclamation projects anymore. We shouldn't be.
All right. Well, as we said, they have spent money. They just haven't spent it very wisely.
You're a gentleman who enjoys a dry rub once in a while?
You enjoy a dry rub? Okay, where are you right now?
Strong call.
Where are you, Mark?
Quincy.
Where are you?
Quincy.
Quincy. Okay, we heard something in the
Sounds
background
like the
there.
subway station in Quincy.
You at the mall?
Okay, anything else?
What's that?
Is there anything else we can help you with?
Nope, I'm good. Thanks, guys.
Okay, thanks for the call.
Do we call them or do they call us?
I feel like he was in the drive-thru at Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
You think so?
It sounded like it.
He's in the middle of something for sure. Well, I'm afraid to go to Stephen Wildwood after some of his comments from yesterday. Okay.
I thought
You
he was
banned him
suspended.
from the program.
Yeah, he should be. He needs to learn that we're not a bar room here.
He didn't like batting third in the lineup of
No.
the callers, I'm sure.
What's wrong with your phone line?
Okay. Oh, we try to go to the phones. We try to get the people.
Mark Hanna is the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, and he has texted in and said, "This guy brings shame to my name." That's from Mark Hanna with regard to caller Mark's call from the subway station in Quincy, Illinois.
Yeah, that was not Mark Hanna on the phone. It was not. Well,
That was bad.
I don't know. I think you can't have a bad phone call.
No.
I think even the bad ones are entertaining.
Yeah, agreed. Entertaining value. It's great. Oof.
Oh, man. Doug, active text inbox right now. I mean, active.
Did they enjoy the immigration humor?
Certainly a lot of opinions on the call in general. Mark, turn around the forklift you're operating and puncture the propane tank with a knife.
Oh.
That's from the Gene Steckschulte's Wicked Slide piece.
I don't think you get a knife through a propane tank.
Not with that attitude.
Yeah, this chubster definitely spends his days hammering leftover Subway Sammies while shouting at raccoons from the open window of his trailer home in Moberly. Dude sucks. Thanks, and hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Hengen, who is a fan of gluten-free perk, who's going to appear on the next episode of Movie Boy.
Not in the next episode, but an episode down the road.
She already canceled on you?
I didn't ask her.
Oh.
What'd your grandma think?
Ruined me.
Have you had any correspondence with her yet?
Mm-mm. No.
Well,
Just checking. I'm going to check every day.
I didn't really even say that I was going to have her.
But you keep marketing it.
Well,
you kind of did. You sort of did yesterday.
We can play the audio back for you if one of us knows how to do it.
Yeah, I actually would like to, because I think I'm right.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
I thought she was billed as the co-star.
After that call, I think we're all right.
You can email in on the phone lines the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of our email of the day. Doug, we were just watching. Joe Buck was hosting Good Morning America this morning. Mm-hmm. And so we put it up on the screen here in the 101 ESPN studios. And then I saw they had the lady doing the weather talking about the heat indexes around the Midwest. And Michael, you saw 113 degrees for St. Louis on Sunday.
Heat index, actually, to be fair, it was 114.
114.
Doug and I noticed that.
I think I was just looking at Quincy and wondering what's going on there.
And it was like higher than anywhere else in the country. Even Florida and places like that were 114.
Anything over 110 is a bit alarming, I would imagine.
It is going to be brutal, and it's not going away anytime soon. I guessed theoretically, looking at my phone, next Thursday's high is 82. But either way, that means we got a week of this. So if you run into problems with your air conditioning, brutal. Go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp and his team. I can promise if that happens, designairservice.com, immediately you are chatting with someone with Design Air Heating and Cooling. And I can tell you this firsthand because Doug's a client, I'm a client, Martin's a client. They will have somebody out there ASAP. There will be no upselling. Seth is the 4th generation owner-operator of Design Air Heating and Cooling and the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Go to Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt handling the magnificent Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. The program's called TMA and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company founded downtown in 1890, and they are on the same street today as they were headquartered on way back when. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They also partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is where success meets success, so it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a fabulous winning program like this one right here. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
don't remember Ozzy Osbourne on this.
This was during his mellow period. He wasn't on anything at all at the time. And he just kind of brought it down a notch.
Chairman Kurt, of course, wearing an Aaliyah and Selena shirt. Was that actually a real picture, or is that something that was put together in honor of their passing?
I'm not sure. I saw it came across on my TikTok. I saw it on the TikTok shop, so I just grabbed it on there for a nice little cheap price. Icons.
Are they? And the pearl necklace, did that come with it, or was that sold separately?
No, that's a separate thing that me and Justin Timberlake and Travis Scott are kind of doing it.
All right, the three of you got together?
Yeah. Jock Peterson.
Is that a new thing?
For people with the cojones to try and pull it off.
Oh.
The male pearl necklace.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Doug, listen to this. Bitty Bitty Bum Bum. Thanks. That's from Dale in Grubville. Maybe Jackson can return with that.
What a text.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mark Hanna, who distanced himself from caller Mark because he doesn't like that he shares a name with him, is the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com. Doug, you were updating us on a situation with the Houston Astros that could be intriguing. Considering what took place with Nolan Arenado this offseason, where the Astros are in the standings and where the Cardinals are after losing last night to the great Colorado Rockies.
Astros third baseman Isaac Paredes went on the injured list with a strained hamstring over the weekend, and manager Joe Espada last night suggested the 26-year-old slugger won't be back anytime soon. So Houston could need a third baseman.
Yes.
And that's the place where the Cardinals attempted to trade Arenado in the offseason. And then I guess the Astros decided we don't need him now. We got Paredes. Well, they don't have Paredes for a while. So maybe that trade might be something they would go revisit.
I wonder what that would look like for a guy to go to a team after rejecting a trade to a team, that very same team, 8 months earlier.
Yeah. I don't know. If you're him, would you care if you really got a shot to win it? And you know you're leaving a team where you're not in the plans, really, for the future?
Me personally, I would. That's a team, if you're talking about buying stock on a team to win a World Series, it's certainly a speculative buy. But if they can get some of their injured players back, and that's a question mark, I don't know if anybody has done more with less this year than the Houston Astros, and they're doing it as it is with, I mean, God, if you look at their injured list, you go, that looks like an all-star team. A number of them are expected back. If you're Nolan Arenado at this point and your priority is to win a championship, I get why he didn't want to go after the Tucker trade, but, you know, that could be it. I do wonder on that. And that Paredes news is certainly a developing story to watch.
Yeah, they're starting shortstop, Jeremy Pena, also on the IL.
Well, I mean, one of the best hitters in the game has been on the IL since May 5th. I know he's a proud member of the Southside Seamen, Jordan Alvarez. But he's starting to swing the bat again and is expected to come back here within the next couple of weeks, although I think Astros fans kind of look at their medical team like Cardinal fans look at their medical team and are frustrated with the various reports. But who else? Arrighetti's out.
A number of their pitchers, Kristen Javier, Lance McCullers Jr., Luis Garcia.
Yeah, it's just been nonstop. For the record, the Astros, to win the World Series, Doug, they are the 6th highest ranked team. It's the Dodgers, Tigers, Yankees, Phillies, Cubs, and then Astros.
I think Arenado would be a dangerous hitter with that in that stadium.
Short porch,
he hits
right.
an awful lot of line drives to left field that don't quite leave the park at Busch. That would be gone there.
I like the way you're thinking.
Well, the Cardinals are probably thinking that. I don't know if the Astros are, but the Cardinals probably are.
Jim Crane's not afraid to make moves at the deadline.
Just as written from MLB.com, Lance McCullers Jr. just mentioned he just went on the 15-day IL, retroactive to July 20th, due to a blister. McCullers had been dealing with a blister for a while, manager Joe Espada said, and it flared up on him in his most recent start, and he flew in for an exam. Can you imagine the blister so bad that you can't?
Yeah.
I'm not like saying out here like he's soft. Like, could you imagine how bad that would hurt if you had a blister that bad? It's keeping you from pitching. Oof.
Well, it wouldn't take much of a problem with your fingers if you're a pitcher before you just don't have it anymore.
If you can't grip the ball,
you can't
you're
compete
useless.
at the major league level. Yeah,
Right.
It's a fine line.
Yeah.
Hey, Chairman, weren't you cooking last night while wearing that shirt? And I bet it smells great in the studio. That's from Sharon and Clayton. You spent time with Sharon and Clayton last night?
No, but Sharon's a loyal follower of my Instagram, and I did do a little cooking video last night, and I did put this shirt on, but I just wore it for a few minutes. It's
Now, Iggy is the originator of the cooking video. Are you doing this as a tribute? Or are you spiting? What's going on?
No, there's no spite.
Paying homage.
Homage is great. I enjoy cooking. I have a lot of free time in the evenings, and I've kind of taken up. It's been a passion of mine lately, Doug.
So Sharon and Clayton is watching you cook.
I don't do it live. These are all edited videos. But yeah, Sharon's a loyal follower of my cooking videos.
And what kind of things are you cooking?
Last night I made a green chorizo mole poblano burger.
The hell?
Wow.
What is that?
It's a lot.
I mean, you know what chorizo is, right?
I know what a burger is. The other stuff, not so much.
So I took some green chorizo, mixed it with like a mole poblano sauce, patted it out, and put it on there with a mole poblano drizzle on it. So,
Lord,
paying out homage to Selena as well.
Wow.
You're on it today, brother.
That's a nice hole, Bill.
But Sharon says you shouldn't be wearing the shirt, I guess, because it's smelling up our studio.
I hate outfit trackers. Be you, Chairman.
Yeah, no, and if Sharon or anybody else wants to come sniff me, they can come give it a test.
Wow.
Just to prove that I smell good.
That was a Curb Your Enthusiasm thing, the outfit tracking.
And I'm wearing Dior cologne, so I smell great. Yeah.
La-di-da.
Okay. Wow.
Love you, Sharon.
Like a French chef now wearing cologne and pearl necklaces. I don't know about
Selena,
this guy.
Aaliyah shirts?
Mm-hmm.
Selena passed before
changes
Aaliyah,
image.
am I right? Was Selena like 95, and then
know the
Aaliyah was
years.
either 2001 or 2002?
Aaliyah was strong.
Oh, and Chairman Kurt's got the shirt. And Sharon is not happy that you're wearing it. So.
95 for Selena, 01 for Aaliyah.
Yeah. Well, I think I flew up to Wrigley Field that day, Doug.
You did? Just for that?
The Cardinals happened to be playing, and I just remember hearing that news when I was landing at what I would imagine was Midway.
And what happened to her?
Plane crash. She was in a plane crash.
That's right.
And Selena was killed by one of her, the president of her fan club, I believe. Yeah, how about that? Edward James Olmos, Jennifer Lopez, am I right?
Yeah.
And is that a good or bad film?
I don't think I've ever seen it. I just know it was in it. But
How can I invest in goodorBad.com when he hasn't seen Selena?
Shocking.
I don't know if I can make a guest ranking for you, but good.
All right.
You're going to say good.
Celeb shot.
Okay.
I stand by. I give my stamp of approval because I trust the chairman.
Iggy has responded, wow, to your cooking show.
That's it?
okay.
Wow.
Doug, you've been monitoring the UFL like nobody's business. I don't know if anybody in St. Louis covers the UFL better than you, and that's not intended to kiss your ass. That's just calling it how I see it.
Okay.
Mike Florio is monitoring a situation as a report came out last night from a variety of outlets that the UFL is relocating half of its entire league. Moving to new markets will be Birmingham's team, Michigan's team, Houston's team, and Memphis's team.
Okay.
Now, on the outside looking in, some people go, ooh, I wonder if that's good for stability.
And where are they going?
Well, where else would you go? Boise, Columbus, Ohio, Kentucky, with a city to be determined, and somewhere in Florida.
Oh, Paducah.
You
I don't think they're going to Paducah.
The Paducah pennies.
Boy, can you imagine the rivalry between the Battlehawks and the Paducah what?
Pennies.
Pennies?
Yep.
Well, you would think that maybe they're getting out of NFL cities because they don't want the competition with that. But that's not the case with Houston.
Well, the UFL, this is per Pro Football Talk this morning, has issued a statement. Mike Mitchell with the following: the league office is in the planning stages for the next season and beyond. At this point, we have nothing to report on any unauthorized speculation.
So do we even know if there's going to be a season after 26? I guess you would tend to think yes if they're going to the hassle of moving franchises. And when they move a franchise, what that really means is, can we get a couple of dates to play in your building?
Right.
Because nobody moves at all.
Right.
Do we still have A.J. McKernan?
No, we do not. No.
You just damaged your credibility with Battlehawk fans.
I saw him at a Pro-Am this year in Birmingham.
Quite a ball striker?
Well, I wasn't really looking at him. His wife was on the range with
Catherine Webb, and they would be in town for the Battlehawk games. But the team sets up shop in Dallas. All the teams are in Dallas, and then they travel. So, Doug, they'd still be in Dallas, but then they would go play in Boise, Columbus, apparently Paducah. I was kind of thinking it'd be Louisville.
Yeah.
But Jackson's got it in Paducah, maybe Lexington, they're saying, and then I enjoy this line, somewhere in Florida. A lot of choices. That might be better for a panhandle outing.
Yeah, I was going to say Pensacola.
Wouldn't you be hacked off if you practiced in Dallas all week and then had to fly to Boise every time you had a game?
Sounds awful. Dreadful. Where are they going to play at that blue field? Ugh.
That's what they're talking about it.
Ugh.
Worcester Woods Wacko just sent a press release for immediate release. I did not renew my tickets to the Battlehawks because I can only take so many Stan Kroenke lookalikes and crappy football. Thank you. Worcester Woods Wacko has just announced he is not renewing his season tickets.
Are there a lot of fans that dress like Stan Kroenke to show up for the big video board there? Is that
Fly with me, lesbian Battlehawk.
Engelbert Humperdinck, right? Am I right on that?
That's right. Well, that was actually Iggy.
J-Lo is a jerk. That's from the 314.
It's a take.
Kind of seems like it. Kind of seems like it.
It sounds like Doug's on board with the take.
You ever seen Out of Sight?
No.
Special.
So you review that, but you don't review Selena.
That's right.
How many husbands has J-Lo been through at this point? Crowdsourcing. 4 or 5?
Straight up husbands or just love interests?
Well, husbands.
All right.
She still looks good.
4 times.
4.
4?
Okay.
Can you name them?
A-Rod?
Chris Judd.
Chris Judd.
Correct.
Nice pull.
Yeah, he's going to be with us tomorrow.
No, I don't believe they were ever
Mark
wed.
Antony.
Correct.
Yep.
Affleck.
Yep.
Correct.
Props to you if you get this
You're
last
not going to
one.
get the last
Initials,
one.
please.
Cardinal Coles.
How do you pronounce this guy?
Ohani Noah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Ohani Noah.
Who's that?
I think he might have been a dancer.
Actor and producer.
Oh, he was not a dancer.
Okay.
I went to a Battlehawks game, and I kid you not, no one washed their hands leaving the bathroom. It's Mr. Licks.
Ugh.
You wouldn't do Selena for Movie Boy, would you?
No. Unlikely. I hope I don't. Like, if that becomes relevant again, that's a problem. So,
If Selena becomes relevant?
if the movie Selena and the
Because that
themes-
means somebody was killed by the president of their fan club?
Yes. So I hope I don't ever have to talk about Selena. And that's a positive thing. But happy to explore J-Lo's career a bit more.
Ask Movie Boy if he's going to enjoy Happy Gilmore 2 this Friday while rubbing his mom's feet. That's from the 636.
Funny. I can't anticipate if I will or will not like something, but I'll certainly watch it.
You will be watching it on Friday.
Yeah, it'll be discussed on next week's episode for sure.
Now, you got to get your tickets well in advance to some of these new movies that come out, right?
Happy Gilmore 2 will be coming out on Netflix.
Oh.
Yeah.
But what about the big ones that it's hard to get in? You do that a week in advance or so?
You either do it on a weekday or sometimes I get invited to a press screening.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
This guy gets invited to press screenings. How about this?
My mom was a movie critic.
But she's not still.
She's still an active journalist. And
Who does she work for now?
She's the editor-in-chief of the St. Louis Jewish Light.
So will you reach out to different theaters and say, hey, I have this podcast and I want to do a review. Will you give me can I get some tickets?
No.
Well, you should.
No.
Why not?
It's you know,
I used to do that in college.
If you go to a restaurant, the restaurant and you were reviewing the food, you shouldn't have the restaurant pay your meal.
Different thing.
Yeah, but I'm also not a critic. I'm not the critic.
Arrogant, pale, commie, disrespectful of Selena's career in movie. Get some fried chicken and a shawl for your next movie review, Powder. That's from Dale in Grubville, who does not appreciate the disrespect to the film Selena.
Is the disrespect simply that I haven't seen it? Or won't talk about it? Because it's really not relevant. I mean, it came out in 1997. Hey, teach their own opinions. Such and such.
Everyone has one.
Yeah.
Some people like things. Some people don't.
They
like
may
anything.
let you come in there for nothing.
Oh, maybe. But what does the theater get out of it?
Exposure. You can say where
movie
you
boys
saw
in the
it.
building.
You can talk about how nice the chairs are, how nice the refreshments are.
You can critique the senior citizens' talking habits.
I don't know.
Those who bring animals with them.
Yeah. pretty much I have a hard stance against.
If you don't like Billy Madison, you don't deserve to have a movie podcast, Papers. That's from Big Tough.
Well, welcome to America. That's not how it works.
How about that?
Oh, boy, you came after him strong.
Yeah, that's not how it works. You are not the arbiter of who decides who have podcasts or not. Okay. Nor am I. Free market capitalism, baby. Put that in your pencil.
Well, I hope you don't encounter any more loud senior citizens.
You and me both, man. Holy mackerel.
You would never punch one, would you?
No. I've never been in a physical altercation in my life, surprisingly enough.
All right. Well, that could change with the attitude of some of the texters.
I hope not. I don't want to fight.
No.
Change the name of the podcast to Nepo Boy. That's from Nordique, a hockey elephant. You only got this podcast because your mom reviews films? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. You can call me Nepo Baby, though. It's fine.
Nordique, you can call him Nepo Baby if you would like. Email in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, we've got a couple things going on here.
What?
Brett Bielema spoke yesterday. He talked about Eli Drinkwitz. And we'll have the audio for you coming up. Plus, a Major League manager went on a podcast, and then he got banty.
Oh, did he really?
Yes, he did. And we'll have that for you as well. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This is TMA, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Oh, wow. Cardinals and Rockies coming up today.
Afternoon tilt.
How do you do?
I'm fine, thanks.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it, youtube.com/TMASTL. You do. You're in there talking to DJ Patty Cakes and Bill's Holes. Bill's Holes says one of the Tower Groves wore a WNBA pay us what they owe us shirt to work this week.
Oh.
Bill's Holes. I wonder where that was. Bill's Holes, you can call in.
One of the Tower Groves.
314-974-0101. That's how you can get involved on this program. Then you got this text inbox, which is brought to you by Air Comfort Service, 314-399-9646. Jackson Brett Bielema addressed the media, Big Ten Media Days in Las Vegas, naturally. He announced at the beginning that he met his wife at the Wynn in 2008, so they reenacted their meeting yesterday. As ILL gets ready, I think ILL could have a big season coming. And then he talked about Eli Drinkwitz, but he wasn't talking about Missouri's football team so much as Eli Drinkwitz's vision for the college football playoff. Here is the head coach of ILL.
You know, I heard a question earlier from a gentleman here in the front row about his view on what he thinks the playoff should be. Obviously, Tony answered the question. The SEC answered the question. The ACC answered the question. The Big 12 answered the question. The great thing is the question is very relevant, and it's awesome because the college football has never been where it's at. As a head coach, I'm in charge of our football program and what we do, and all I do is sit back every day and try not to go back. I only want to go forward. Through 17 years, I've learned to don't worry about things you can't control. Leave it to those who can, and usually the best results will happen. We can always argue about where it can happen, but it couldn't be more exciting. 12-team format. I hope it does go to 16. I'm not going to go Eli Drinkwitz 30 or whatever he came up with, but I think a bigger number is a better number to have a play-in game. I appreciate your point that you thought the 4 teams should just get in and go, but if there are 7, 8, 9, 10 teams alive in November that can have a chance to be in the playoffs, that's going to do a world of good for our college football team. So a lot of different things working. I'm super excited.
Well, it feels like we cut him off there at the end.
I couldn't hear one word of it.
Did he get suspended?
He's not been
It was
suspended.
one channel audio, and it's the one channel I don't have.
How many channels are there?
2.
So you're losing 50% of our channels.
Yeah, I couldn't hear any of that, so I have no idea what the man said.
No.
So sorry for the edit.
He said basically he thinks it's a good thing to have more teams in. He doesn't want to go as far as 30 like Drinkwitz suggested, but thinks it's a good thing for college football to have a larger playoff. I'm sorry you cut him off in the middle of his speech, which was very important.
You got a minute.
So he just randomly hit the button and he didn't know where he was?
Considering you couldn't hear a thing, it's a great edit.
I have no idea. It's just that I played it off Twitter, too. I didn't pull that audio or anything.
ILL is, I think, a team that I would consider to be awfully dangerous this year, and I am looking forward to watching them closely.
It doesn't look like they have a terribly difficult schedule. They do play Ohio State. Other than that, Indiana, I guess, is better than they have been. You would think they'd have a shot to win most of them.
For the record, they start things off on a Friday, Missouri Thursday, with Central Arkansas. Michael, we visited that they have a Whataburger in Conway, Arkansas, and Scottie Pippen is a grad. Doug will not be getting any Whataburger, though. He's not interested in it. Then they travel to Duke to take on the Blue Devils, then at home against Western Michigan. Then's when it gets a little interesting. Then they go to Bloomington to take on Signetti and the Hoosiers. Then the home game against the Trojans, Fight On of USC, at Purdue, at home against Ohio State. I mean, how about the home schedule? What do we have this week? USC. What do we have in 2 weeks? Ohio State. You get your money's worth on the home schedule there for ILL. Then they travel to Washington, at home against Rutgers and Maryland, at Wisconsin, and home against Northwestern. That is your Illinois football schedule for the 2025 season.
I think that looks pretty inviting. I think they got a shot. They'll get beat by Ohio State probably, but they got a shot to win all those other games, I think.
Illinois and Kerry Davis. Kerry Davis is at the Big Ten Media Days, right, Jackson? And they had, can't recall who they had on the fast lane yesterday, one of their wide receivers, if I'm not mistaken. But they are worthy of being monitored
this year. And I know I've told the story recently, just BSing with Kerry. I said, man, they handled South Carolina, albeit in a bowl, and South Carolina didn't have everybody. But he's like, man, Illinois is a good team, and they got a lot of guys coming back as well. Illinois' win total per FanDuel, and Riz and Anthony Stalter and I will be shooting the spread zone college football future bet episode coming up here at 11 o'clock. So that'll be on the TMA YouTube channel and 101 ESPN YouTube channel as well, and in your podcast feeds. Illinois regular season win total over-under, Doug. What do you think it's set at?
Did you say over-under for Illinois?
Yeah, for their win total for the season.
I'll say it's at 8.5.
Nice.
Is that what it is?
Dead on.
Okay.
That's FanDuel.
But I think they have a chance to be better than that.
I do too. What do you think about Missouri's over-under win total?
Oh, about the same thing. 8.5.
6.5.
No, the Tigers.
I got to tell you, I have a strong feeling. But I can't tell you here. I'll tell you on the Spread Zone, brought to you by FanDuel, coming up at 11 o'clock, and that'll be on the podcast feed, and we will go through a variety of our plays that we like for the upcoming college football season, which I cannot wait for. Kurt Signetti, who will be hosting the Illini on September 20th. Jackson, this says he took a shot at the SEC with his scheduling methods. Take a listen, Doug. Jackson cannot hear this, though. So
no, I can hear this one.
You can hear it.
This one I can
like you
hear.
to be able to hear it.
Me too, brother.
Here's the bottom line, okay? We picked up an extra home game, and we play 9 conference games. You know, the 2 best conferences in college football, any football guy that's objective will tell you, is the Big Ten and the SEC. All right? 12 of the 16 SEC teams play 3 G5 or an FCS game. 12 of those teams play 36 games, 29 G5 games, and 7 FCS games, and 1 less conference game. All right? So we figure we'd just adopt SEC scheduling philosophy. You know, some people don't like it. I'm more focused in on those 9 conference games. You know, not only do we want to play 9 conference games, okay, and have the 4-4 championship, the playoff format, okay, we want to have play-in games to decide who plays in those playoffs. You know, championship weekend, let's play 3 versus 6 and 4 versus 5. You want to decide that on the field, make sure everybody's strength of schedule is what it needs to be. Let's make everybody play 9 conference games, and on championship weekend, 3 will play 6, 4 will play 5. And there's still room for another at-large in that format.
I got to tell you, the more I'm hearing that, I like the idea. What do you think? So 1 and 2 would play for the, in this case, what he's talking about, the Big Ten championship. 3 would play 6 on campus. 4 would play 5, and you take the committee out of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of logic to it. But with the 1 and 2, both would likely still get into the college football playoff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So we still haven't fixed like the conference championship issue, but one thing at a time, I guess.
What do you mean?
Like the conference championship, like kind of still doesn't have like what's the motivation if both teams are going to get in?
Well, you get the bye.
I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
And that you don't think that's a?
I think that's probably a nice incentive, but as we like. Yeah, you don't want to get hurt. It's the last thing you want beforehand is to get hurt. So like
we saw Georgia deal with it.
Yeah. So even if you get the bye but lose your starting quarterback, do you come out on top there?
Do you think Indiana can duplicate what they did last year? I think it's going to be tough.
See, what winds up happening, honestly, when I start looking at these, unless the way that and this is where I've had some success on these season-long bets on college teams, is who is returning a bunch of starters. Mm-hmm. That tends to be indicative of the early portion of the season, teams perhaps overperforming. But otherwise, what you get into, or what I get into, and I think this is what you had happen last week in Atlanta at SEC Media Days, as you start hypothesizing the season to come based on the name of the school and what they've done traditionally. And so that's why I would imagine a lot of people probably are saying, I don't think Indiana's going to do it again. But in reality, what do we know about what Indiana has? You know what I mean? But in a weird spot, Missouri is somewhat similar in the sense that you don't know who's going to be on quarterback, and they've brought a number of people in. Missouri, however, has a bunch of returning starters relative to other teams. I think the school with the most returning starters this year is Clemson. Fun fact for no one, tell Jackson, I know you love Dabo Swinney, so that could work to his advantage. And that'll excite you if he has a big year. I know you're excited when he goes running down at Death Valley.
You don't like that?
It's the most look at me thing in all sports.
That's interesting. They would have the most starters returning when his viewpoint on NIL is what it is.
Yeah, that's a good.
You know what I mean?
That's a really good point there, Michael.
Because you would think most guys would leave to go make some more money.
Yeah.
But he's got the most returning starters. Yeah. Intriguing.
Yeah, but Illinois has a large number. Missouri has a large number. Roll Tide has a large number as well.
Another interesting one with DeBoer.
With DeBoer, correct. Yeah, I think they have 15 returning starters. I was reading about this in advance of today's show in the Spread Zone, presented to you by FanDuel, which you'll be able to listen to here in a couple of hours. Anthony Stalter, Rizzuto, and I will be recording that coming up at 11 o'clock. The program here is called TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We have an angry manager exchange on a podcast coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. I'd like to tell you about a local gem here in the St. Louis metropolitan area, and that local gem is a company called Dents Express, family-owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. Now, what I love is these guys aren't just good, they are experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years, and that means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations, no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right, you drop it off, and they take it from there. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and located in West County. Call 636-227-5050. That's 636-227-5050, or just swing by and tell Gray Wilson that you heard about him on TMA. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Brian Dable said this morning at Giants training camp that Russell Wilson is the clear-cut starting quarterback for the New York Football Giants. That was their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you wanted it, you got it.
Yeah. Thank you.
What did you want?
I wanted this
You
one
wanted Bitty
badly.
Bitty Bom Bom.
Mm-hmm.
We all do.
And this was your wedding song? Or was it Martin's wedding song?
I think pretty much everybody has this as their wedding song. It's kind of cliche at this point. Oh, how we danced the night away to this.
Jackson, what is Bitty Bitty Bom Bom about?
Ooh, I don't have the slightest idea. I wish I could give you an answer.
Well, I thought with you having Movie Boy.
Well, I'm not Culture Boy.
Yeah, but I mean, it was highly featured in 1990. Was it 1997, Selena, Doug? 97, Jennifer Lopez?
I missed the picture.
Stand and Deliver, Edward James Olmos. Have you seen that?
No, I don't think so.
Why, we gotta do some more research for Movie Boy, I feel like.
No, I know. I'm trying to think of an Edward J. Olmos movie I saw. He did a TV movie with 12 Angry Men. Gandolfini was in it. Jack Lemmon was in it.
Oh, really?
Tony Danza played the guy who had tickets to the ball game, and it was the most stereotypical Italian New Yorker character I've ever seen in my life.
On behalf of my wife, I'm offended.
You should be.
Thank you.
Anger at Tony Danza.
Tony Danza will join us tomorrow, followed up on the Jackie Mason get from yesterday. And Edward James Olmos will be with us on Friday. So we're kind of really stacking up the guests here on the program, and we like where we are.
A lot of wins.
And who knows who will drop by for the 21st birthday party of TMA. A lot of celebrities. Doug, you were speculating Phyllis Diller is going to come by? She's Webster Groves?
Well, she and her husband, Fang. She used to always talk about Fang, so hopefully he's with her still.
Will Joshua be there?
I would hope so. He'll be the entertainment. I would imagine the chairman of the board, Frank Sinatra, who I know is coming, and Joshua will do a duet. And that'll be, I mean, Michael, this 21st birthday party on Saturday at a location that is, again, to be disclosed via text about an hour out. It's going to be something special.
I can vividly recall being backstage at Joshua at the Sidebar. On Wash Avenue.
Yeah, sure.
Boy,
what a venue.
Special.
Wonderful chicken strips there, Doug.
We had was it a 10-year or 15-year party there at the brewery?
That was the 10th anniversary of Inside STL, which is the 20th anniversary of Inside STL is coming up here in about a month. Less than a month. August 15th, 2005 is when they went online. Doug, I bought that domain for $14.95.
And what's it worth now?
I have it on the market for $1.3 billion.
Have you really? So if it sells, you probably won't be here the next day? Or would you still tough it out?
No, I do this for the love of the craft, just like you.
Okay. Yeah.
I like to read insults for 4 hours and then go home and manage a 3-year-old and 7-year-old.
Yeah, wake up early and do that. That's ideal.
Shove ice picks into my balls. These are my things. I'm not telling everybody else what to do. I'm just saying these are my kinks, and this program has been built on the tenet of no kink shaming.
That's right.
Doug.
But you like to shove ice picks into your ball sack?
Clip that off.
I think that's what Benny threatened Artie Bucco with in Sopranos.
I believe so.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Artie Bucco kind of he was not staying in his lane.
Yeah.
Aaron Boone doesn't think this podcast was staying in its lane. It got a little awkward. Usually when you have somebody come on your podcast, it tends to be affable.
Oh, no. But I think they have a good relationship.
Right. But you think most podcasts are adversarial?
No. I'm saying this one is unique in that way.
Right.
Right.
So that's what makes this audio stand out. Jackson, set the stage for our audience.
So this is John Boy Media, who just recently partnered with Major League Baseball, and their podcast Talkin' Yanks with John Boy himself. And every week they have Aaron Boone come on, and they hold him accountable. They have very candid conversations, and this one's kind of about the media expecting, this is like a men, not machines kind of quote from Aaron Boone.
Yeah, okay. So Vladdy diving means they wanted it more last night?
No, it doesn't mean that, but it's like that it's like that visual then to like the post games of like it's July There's a lot of season left when you're two-thirds of the way through.
But understand the pestering, bantering, leading questions that are being asked of our guys.
I understand that.
And I don't want them to just fly off the handle and be emotional. Like, we've been pretty good over the years of, like, compartmentalizing and dealing with the everyday grind of the regular season and playing in New York and and you start getting emotional and going down that road, it's a bad trait.
I get it. I guess there's just a difference. Like, Weaver had a couple bad outings. The way he talked to the media, it felt honest, and it felt.
Okay,
and he was
everyone's different. Stop with the reaction of how a guy answers a freaking question.
It's not. But it's not. It's not one guy. It's like.
Okay. We got to win. We understand.
Got to win.
Okay.
I remembered my question from earlier.
We are obsessed with it and hell bent, preparation wise, and guys give a rip. Okay.
So this is great, but this doesn't come through.
Because everyone handles things different. Some people will give you colorful answers.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that media answer. Some guys throw their helmet. Does that make you feel good? Some guys are calm. Like, stop it. It doesn't mean a guy cares more or less because he dives into home plate. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay. It's you got to be angry at something because we didn't win, or so I got to direct my anger at something.
That's how it ended?
Yeah, I could go on for another minute and a half and then, play the whole thing.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Doug, somehow my front tooth is brushed up against my microphone shrub holder.
Oh.
God bless America. I feel like I need to go wash my mouth out.
Yeah, Dr. Brandon Pryor could probably help you out with that.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You setting me up right there?
Yeah, it's felt like a natural segue.
I think you might be right. Dr. Brandon Pryor is online at 100westdental.com. And he's in Manchester in Baldwin. And I might have to text him right now and say, hey, what do you do if your front tooth brushes up against your microphone shrub holder?
Giggle-related injuries.
I popped up like Francesa when he woke up during a nap on his show.
He probably doesn't deal with this a lot. There's not a lot of people that have their front tooth brush up against their microphone. I guess it's happened, but...
If it's happening to you, 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental, a longtime TMA sponsor, and he comes to our events. They were set up at the Dotem closest to the hole. Was that number 8 at Oak Valley?
I don't know. That's hole, Tim.
Yeah, par 3.
Par 3. Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100 West Dental. Mention my name. You get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Doug, what do you think of what Aaron Boone had to say there? You like him pushing back on stop judging guys by how they answer questions? He's like dumbfounded by it.
Yeah, I can see his point there. When your team's not going well, you look for any little thing to pick at and say, see, they don't really want it. I can see where he's coming from.
And the thing he said, like, you throw your helmet. And then that's like the dichotomy of that is like some fans will be like, oh, my God, emotional and freaking out and, immature, and then some fans are like, oh yeah, that's the kind of grit and passion I want. But every player is different, and every reaction is different. How they choose to handle things are different, and they're not always going to give you exactly what you want. We have this like kind of culture now where everybody wants things customized just for them and delivered right to their doorstep, but that's not how the world works.
Is that a shot at like Uber Eats?
In a way. I mean, that's kind of like how people like consume television or sports. It's like if it's not done exactly how I want it, then it's wrong.
When you order fries on Uber Eats, do you worry that the driver has enjoyed some of your supple potatoes?
It's the exact reason I would never order anything from Uber Eats.
You doing a live read?
I don't mind getting in my car and going to pick it up. What I would mind is a total stranger with his hands, possibly down his trousers a moment ago, handling my food.
What about pizza delivery?
I'll even go get the pizza.
I'm with you.
Really? You don't
always.
I don't want people delivering my food.
Pizza delivered?
No, I don't get anything delivered. No.
Really? I didn't know this.
I like to drive. Driving by myself is like my meditation.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm learning something here.
I don't mind it either.
Yeah, and I cannot handle whatever the delivery fee is. It bothers me so much.
And they want a tip on top of that.
Right. No, I can't do it. I won't do it. And the fry thing. But most restaurants now, like fast food or fast casual, seal the bag with like a little sticker.
Sure they do.
If that sticker's broken, then you know someone's been digging for your taters.
Sure.
You said you'd like to go podcast in the car?
I listen to podcasts, yeah.
Never music?
No, music sometimes. I switch back and forth. Depends on the mood.
Sure.
Friend of the program, Taylor Twellman, major recommendation for his podcast interview this week. Really good. I was talking about that and I was enjoying SVP's podcast, Jackson, for your podcast purposes. Nice. Yeah, I'm a podcaster as well, and that leads to this question that's for Doug. Taylor Twellman, very critical of the Doggies, has been, and he says, can Doug give us a breakdown of the 2 latest additions to the Doggies roster, break down their style of play, and what can we expect on the pitch from them? Thanks, Tim. That's from Veiled Prophet.
Well, I think if these 2 blokes, I don't even have to say their names because we all know their names, if they can stay healthy and adapt to the system, I think they can be valuable members of this hockey club or soccer club or whatever it is we're talking about.
Bundesliga? Second Bundesliga?
Yeah, they could play in either ligas, both of them. They're dual Liga threats is how I call them. And they can kick with their right foot, they can kick with their left foot. Ah, yes, foot. And I think for that reason alone, it made a lot of sense that City picked them up at this point in the season. No, I don't think I've had goat milk yogurt.
Have you been to a Doggies game, Doug?
I've been to one.
Me too. I thought it was great.
Yeah, I'd like to go. They're still selling out every game?
The one I went to, they did. And I love the one end of the field where they have the chanting and the
supporter
singing.
section.
And it's really,
section,
really
Michael.
good. Yeah.
No sitting.
It's outstanding.
Tim, did you just say wash? There is no R in wash, my friend. That's from Box. New to the program would be my guest. Welcome to the show.
I'm going to try hard not to call you clueless.
Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's coming your way at 10:45. This program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen 101 ESPN. Jackson, you have had a beautiful tribute to Ozzy Osbourne this morning.
Try my best, you know.
Included in that, of course, Jennifer Lopez as Selena's Bitty Bitty Bum Bum.
Yeah, took a brief detour on this tribute. But we're back.
And we're back. Okay. It's TMA 101, ESPN. This show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan. Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Friend of the show, Jeff Passan, has just released his all-encompassing trade deadline preview.
It's all-encompassing.
What's he saying?
Everything anyone could ever know about a trade preview.
The Cardinals will be subtracting, but not completely. This is the latest, according to Jeff Passan. The Cardinals have been good enough to hang around in the NL Central, but their lack of starting pitching finally has caught up to them. As much as St. Louis would like to move Nolan Arenado and Eric Fetty, suitors are not lining up yet. Sonny Gray and Miles Michaelis have no trade clauses and do not intend to go anywhere, which leaves a trio of relievers who should bring solid returns. Ryan Helsley, Phil Maton, and left-hander Steven Matz. Were this not John Mozeliak's swan song as president of baseball operations, perhaps he would be open to sending out one of the Cardinals' young position players. But with Chaim Bloom set to take over after the season, that's likelier to be the sort of thing on his to-do list. The Cardinals, as constituted, are a perfectly okay team. They just lack the arms to be good enough in an NL loaded with playoff-caliber teams. And despite a record over 500, they are in acquisition mode for the future, not the present. Doug, there is Jeff Passan's assessment of the St. Louis baseball Cardinals.
Yeah, I think that all makes sense. It's pretty much what we've been saying. You'd like to move some guys, but some guys refuse to be moved. You got some relievers that other teams would be interested in, and that might be about it.
He does mention Helsley with the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Dodgers blew a lead last night. So keep an eye on that situation there. I mean, I think it's a foregone conclusion that the Dodgers would be acquiring relief help. But what took place last night, I think, could expedite it. So keep an eye on that. I know I'm keeping an eye on it. In part because of the potential connection with the Cardinals, and then also for fantasy baseball purposes, as the Southside Seamen are monitoring it. But the Dodgers were taking on the Twins last night, Doug, and they were enjoying the festivities. Had a 5-3 lead, and then proceeded to give up 3 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, and 1 in the 9th, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto start in which he went 5 and only allowed 5 hits while striking out 8 and walking 1, was lit on fire by a combination of 6 pitchers. So they are hurting in L.A., and of course their expectations are World Series championship or bust. So that could be a business partner. Now, the Cardinals will be in competition as far as relievers who could be on the market. I would imagine Pirates closer Jared Bednar will be going elsewhere in the next 8 days, be my guess.
Yeah, he's been very good here lately.
Yeah, he got sent down to the minors and was flopping around, and then he came back, and he's been on fire since.
Well, the Dodgers kind of approach it the opposite of the Cardinals. Cardinals give up those 7 runs in the first couple of innings, and the Dodgers wait till the end of the game to do it.
Yeah,
Dodgers have lost 11 out of 14.
Brewers finally lost last night, and they only allowed 1 run, but they lost 1-0, so their streak comes to an end. Also in the mix for a closer, according to Passan, the Phillies, but they did go get David Robertson here recently, his 3rd stint. He's on the David Perron plan, David Robertson, back with Philadelphia. But yeah, I would think that Bednar would be one that would be going away. I would think Finnegan would be one that would be going away from Natitude. And I would be shocked if Helsley isn't going away from the Cardinals in the next 8 days.
I would be too. Even if it's a team that maybe doesn't need a closer, but just would like a 1-inning guy that could shut the door.
Tim, over under 2.5 Cardinal bullpen pitchers traded. That's from Tube Sock. I go over.
2.5?
2.5.
John King, Helsley,
Matz.
Yeah.
It's a It's a bet that I would make if TubeSock's interested in wagering, although I don't think he is. He's just asking my opinion on it. Is Jackson taking song requests? If so, do Down Under by Men at Work, please. That's from Doug Glatt.
Sure.
And he was played by Stifler? Am I correct on that?
Yeah, and Goon.
Well.
Okay. So you got that song ready to go when we come back?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Pete Fairbanks, University of Missouri, Tampa Bay's closer. Might be a guy that, depending on if Tampa wants to move some guys.
Guys, Donovan's trade value is never going to be higher than it is now.
True.
Weatherholt is on the horizon. He had another home run last night in Memphis. Why not trade Donovan? That is from the 314. I understand the question, and I like the way the 314 is thinking. See, this is the kind of thing that I would like to see the Cardinals do, but not this move that he is speaking of. And I will give you my reasoning, just like Don Corleone did to Sollozzo. It's the following. Because the Cardinals don't really have an outfielder, much less three, and Donovan was going to be in the outfield last night before Burleson was put back into the lineup, you can have your infield with Weatherholt in there and win and still have Donovan be a valued asset in the outfield. And so that is my reasoning on that one. Mm-hmm. What do you think, Doug? Would you like to see him trade Donovan, or you want him to hold on?
Well, I'd be open to them trading just about anybody at this point, and Donovan is one guy that does have some value. He could bring something in return. But I agree with you that he's a very valuable guy and that he can play all over the place, and he's been about their most consistent hitter all year. Can you pick someone else to trade? Does it have to be him?
How old is he?
There's no way of knowing that.
Yeah, we'll go home tonight, look it up, and come back tomorrow and lead the show off with it. I'm going to fire a bullet on 28.
His value certainly will never be higher. I don't.
He's 28. He's 28. Okay. And he just went through his first year of arbitration, so team control for another 2 seasons after this one.
Guys, I'm calling it now. Arenado and Helsley to the Phillies for Mick Abel, Aiden Miller, and Ranger Suarez.
That's a lot that the Phillies would be giving up.
Yeah, the Phillies won't give up that much.
Maybe the Abel one, if you could package up Helsley and whether that be new. I don't think they would take on Arenado unless the Cardinals were eating most of that contract.
I'm saying Helsley and Arenado to the Dodgers.
Yeah.
For a young pitcher. I don't know who that pitcher
Because the Dodgers are the only team that can handle Arenado's contract, right? I mean.
And need him. And need Helsley, too, badly.
What's the unit size? I'm not a rich man, but I know what love is. But I'd be interested in the under of 2.5 relief pitchers traded. Doug, that's from Biscuits with McGravy, who is interested in wagering with me.
And he knows what love is?
Yes, he does. And that's a Foreigner song? 1980. I'm going to say 84 to get me 85 and 83 because I don't think 82 is live.
I don't know.
Foreigners, I want to know what love is. And Biscuits with McGravy does know what love is. I'd be happy to wager with you. I wagered with listeners that Nolan Arenado would be traded before the season. I lost that wager, so, hey, my track record's terrible. So let me know what you want to do. But keep in mind this. I'm a meat and potatoes guy.
Yeah, just down-to-earth guy.
Thank you. The Tam Avenue Capital Partners have had 15 cash calls in the last 2.5 months. I'm not what investors would call liquid. So, be gentle, Biscuits with McGravy. But I am more than happy to wager on that, and I feel really good about it, Jackson, on the over.
Okay. I could see it. I could see it.
Sounds like you might be Biscuits with McGravy, and you're sending in a text to try to get my money.
No, that's not how I would go about it. Although I love the name Biscuits with McGravy, even if I'm not that big a fan of the dish.
No, I'm not either.
It's good for you.
Oh,
I really can't imagine much worse.
It's a walrus meal.
There's some breakfast things in America we eat that is like, what's our justification?
Yeah.
Are you coming after pancakes?
French toast, waffles,
cereal with
donuts,
all the sugar in there.
It's essentially just eating cake.
It's like having birthday cake for breakfast. Like you start off your day with
You're
birthday
ruining
cake.
a lot of people's mornings by saying
And I
this
love
stuff.
all of those things. I love them. But
do you eat them?
Not often. When I go to a breakfast restaurant, I want some eggs.
What's your ideal breakfast?
It's a nice question, Michael.
3-egg omelet.
Okay.
Western, if we're being specific.
Yeah.
Home fries, not hash browns.
Okay.
Black coffee, and maybe a little side cup of fresh fruit.
You got to have another drink besides just the coffee.
Ice water will do.
Apple juice, perhaps?
No.
Chocolate milk?
No. Chocolate milk, now you're talking. But I'll stick with the black coffee and ice water. Yeah. A little
have
fresh
the ice
fruit.
water first, cleanse the stomach.
Yeah, and no toast necessary.
And what's your best St. Louis breakfast spot?
Oh, Southwest Diner's amazing.
About Chris's Pansings.
Chris's Pansings, busy. Always busy, which is a good thing. Shack is great.
First Watch.
First Watch is solid. Rooster will make you a real nice breakfast. But I think Southwest Diner is probably my favorite.
Fair option.
Yeah, you get a sopapilla there. Oh, that's good.
Doug, would you just hear him say sopapilla?
Sopapilla, I don't want you to use that language.
It's not, and this is like flies in the face of what I just talked about eating incredibly unhealthy for breakfast, but it's like a airy donut. It's kind of beignet, a little lighter than a beignet. You put a little honey in there.
What's a beignet?
A beignet?
Yeah.
It's like a French donut.
You ever get to New Orleans?
No. Well, I've been there, but I never ordered a beignet.
It's similar to a beignet.
Biscuits and gravies are dynamite, idiots. That's from Martin's sweater vest.
It is different strokes, different folks. It's just too soaked.
I had biscuits and gravy at a baseball game once. Thanks. That's from Stepdad Gary. Doug, would you like to go to the Cardinal game against the Padres this Saturday afternoon and enjoy some biscuits and gravy?
No, I don't want biscuits and gravy.
Also, shout out Olivet Diner, too. That's also my favorite spots. Grew up on that.
Okay. You could cook all that stuff yourself in your new kitchen from Collier and Thompson.
Nice.
That's what you could do. That kitchen that you've been looking at for 20, 30 years and have never updated, do it now. Don't wait till you get ready to move. Do it now and enjoy it while you're still living there. Collier and Thompson can show you how to do it. They've been showing St. Louisans how to do it since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of total experience. And when you've been around as long as they have, you know that says something about the trust that you can have in them. You know, a lot of contractors, are they going to show up? I don't know. Are they going to clean up after themselves? I don't know. Do they have a big track record of the work they've done? Well, maybe not. Collier and Thompson has all of that. It is hard to know who to trust to be in your home. They're going to be there a while. They're going to be there to back up their work. They stand behind every job that they do, and they are always available for you. You want to make some changes midway through the process? Collier and Thompson, happy to do that. They do it all the time. Maybe you don't want to redo the entire kitchen. You're just looking for appliances. Yes, they've got high-quality appliances there like Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero. They got the best. I got a new microwave there. Boy, I couldn't be happier. Look what I got. I got what I want. I got it at Collier and Thompson. You ought to shop there, too. Instead of the big box stores, go to where you get really quality stuff at Collier and Thompson. Matthew is the customer service manager there, does the appliance installs. Stacy is the appliance manager. Nothing but high-quality appliances there at Collier and Thompson. They will take excellent care of you. You're saying, okay, where is it? Well, it's on Manchester and Baldwin, right next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. There's a spot for breakfast. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today coming up in about 20 minutes. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. You know, owning a home is one of the best investments that you can make, but keeping it comfortable, keeping it energy efficient, and looking great, that takes a little extra work. And if you've got drafty old windows, you know exactly what I mean. But this summer, Universal Windows Direct is making it easy to finally tackle that project with an offer that you cannot pass up. Right now, you get to choose your offer. Pick the one that works best for you. Payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Seriously, you can upgrade your home now and relax until next year. Plus, Universal Windows Direct will give you a free an energy assessment. They'll show you exactly where your windows might be letting in heat and driving up your energy bills and how new windows can help keep that money in your pocket. So, if you want to take care of your home the smart way this summer, don't wait. Call 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today and choose the payment plan that's right for you. Trust me, once you get those new windows in, you'll walk around saying, I love my windows. If you put in a request politely in the Air Comfort Service text inbox for return music for one Jackson Burkett, you know what he's going to do? He's going to take care of you. Mm-hmm. And here is Exhibit A, brother.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, not everything. But there's a good song. Yeah, right?
Great tune.
Mount Rushmore of Australians.
Kylie Minogue. Angela White.
Adam Scott.
Greg Norman.
I guess so he just did it.
The Shark.
Margot Robbie just left out there. Sitting out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, I have news in the advent of Eric Fetty's delightful start last night at Coors Field. It's going to lift your spirits.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, this might be the happiest that I'm going to see you in a long time with this news. From the moment that St. Louis got its expansion team in MLS, you were crying out for one thing and one thing only. And what was that thing?
That was just to get a good midfielder.
No.
Oh.
For the franchise's name.
Oh, that they would be the Dogs.
Well, just like the Cardinals with Skip Schumacher and moving him to second base, they're listening. Just this morning, a certified facility dog will join official club operations.
Oh, fabulous.
In support of players, staff, fans, and the larger St. Louis community. That's right. St. Louis City now has the Dogs. First episode in a 4-part docuseries chronicling City SC and Purina's journey to selecting team pet premieres today. Doug, the Doggies are accepting they're the Doggies.
They should.
And they love it in St. Louis.
With the perfect nicknames. There's no other professional team in America that I know that's called simply the Dogs.
You have the Georgia Bulldogs,
That's
but
different.
that's a college team, even though it has a budget that's outweighing the Pirates.
What kind of dog will we be represented by?
It's a nice question.
It's a generic thing. St. Louis Dogs.
Well, I mean, is it a lab?
Nice.
Is it
It could be much about anything.
Well, pick one.
Yeah, this is your time. I mean, you're basking in the glow of naming this franchise.
This is why you're being consulted.
How about a beagle?
That's not ferocious enough.
Well, does a soccer player have to be ferocious?
I think so, if we want to win.
Okay, well, you asked me, and I said beagle. Like
I didn't like the
Snoopy.
answer.
It's kind of the all-American dog, isn't it?
No, I don't think that's the all-American dog. What about like a golden retriever?
That's probably it now, yeah.
But I don't know how ferocious that is either.
We need to get Plowsy on the show ASAP with this news. That's from Steven Time. Yeah, Plowhawk was always an advocate of the dogs. He loves dogs.
Are they treating it like it's a support pet? That the team has had such a rough year, now we need
technically
support animals.
There is a 4-part documentary, and episode 1 is debuting today. I think it's in coordination with today being the final episode of Owen Wilson's Stick. That it is showing the journey to identify the first city team pet, chronicled in a short-form 4-part online documentary series titled Team Pet.
It's like the Blues have Barkley.
Right.
And now City has got their own dog. Okay, I like it. And I would like to see him on the sideline during games.
I knew I was right about something, so.
Maybe a Rottweiler?
It's too mean.
We need ferocious, Doug.
I don't think so.
What
Yeah,
about a golden retriever? That's a regal animal.
Yeah, but it needs to be should be something a little bit different too, to make it look like
something unique.
Veiled Prophet, who is a big Doggies supporter, has just sent in audio clip, Jackson, via Facebook, I gather, that he wants you to play. That I guess is City's announcement. I know you can't just play it blindly.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I guess there was an announcement. Soccer guy is down bad. Long live the Dogs. That's from Steven Time. Yeah, the Dogs thing, when the franchise had its first few games, was met with a lot of resistance, and I think it was in part because the Dogs thing came from this very program. And I don't know if there's a lot of Venn diagram of those in the supporters section and TMA listeners. Jackson's doing a research project to confirm.
I have the audio.
Okay. Take a listen, Doug. Here you go.
I'd love to, sure.
Again, I didn't. This is what the listener sent. So,
well, okay, just go ahead and play it.
In a city where tradition runs deep, one old tradition is entering a new chapter. They're not players. They won't score goals. They won't sign autographs. but they just might change the way we think about pets and sport. This is St. Louis City SC. And with Purina, they're launching a first-of-its-kind initiative, redefining what it means to be part of a team.
The team pet is not a mascot, but will be a valued teammate.
7 dogs, all in training to serve, each with their own strengths, working toward one shared goal, to become the first official team pet in MLS history.
One of these dogs is likely going to be wearing a soccer jersey.
But this isn't a competition. It's a journey.
You put your blood, sweat, and tears into it.
Okay.
They become a part of your family.
Of patience, trust, and connection between players, dogs, and the communities they hold together.
Petting a dog, it's great. It gives you a different feeling.
What does it take for a dog to truly belong at the highest level of the game?
Team pet.
Team pet.
Team pet.
Team pet.
Team pet.
Team pet. Team pet.
Oh, I don't know about the ending there. So as I understood that, they have 7 dogs they're trying out for the team pet.
They look identical, too.
Was that Raby on the voiceover?
No.
I thought it was 12.
That was 12.
Was it really?
Yes.
So what
he's
kind
a
of
+2.5, Michael?
What kind of dogs are these that are?
I don't know breeds. I don't know breeds.
Well, let me see a picture.
Jackson doesn't like dogs, Michael. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Oh, really? Like all dogs?
Is that a?
Are you allergic?
So there's 2 gentlemen now, both upwards of 10 feet away from me, trying to
It
look.
looks like a retriever, a golden retriever.
Yellow lab.
It's a yellow
lab.
Chairman claims it's a yellow lab.
Do you dislike all dogs?
It's not that I dislike them. I think I've said this a lot. I just don't want to be around them, like, ever.
So you
But I hope
dislike
that they prosper as a species and are safe.
Are you allergic?
No.
Huh.
You get bit as a child.
Cats?
I was really scared of kids. I was scared of dogs as a kid. Now I have lost the fear, but I kept the distaste.
Oh, so you acknowledge it's distaste?
Generally, I guess. I don't know.
I mean,
my mom says this is like
kept the distaste.
my mom says this is like career suicide, doing this, like saying I don't like dogs, but I'm living my truth. Like, people look at you and say you hate dogs. Like, when I'm not saying I dislike dogs, and they look at you like you're a terrible person, while they're actively being a terrible person to other humans. So,
Do you like cats?
Rings hollow for me. No, pretty out on domestic pets.
I'm with you.
What
on
about
the
that
cats.
gerbil?
Your whole house will smell like just awful.
The gerbil has been domesticated, though.
Have you ever had a dog as a pet?
Nope.
Never?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm not judging. I just was curious.
So 7 yellow labs are all trying to become the team pet, to serve the club, not to be the mascot, but to serve it.
That's correct.
In what way?
Like a teammate. I don't know.
Like a teammate?
Why am I representing?
What is
I don't
this?
care.
This feels like an episode
I think
of
it's
Air
goofy
Bud.
too.
I knew Jackson was a cat guy. That's some Doug's burner.
No. I guess if I had to get a pet, it'd be cat over dog. But this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the crazy one.
Nobody said crazy.
I'm not the. Do you hear how Chairman reacted? I'm not the crazy one.
Do you ever notice when you're around dogs, do they like you?
Yes, and that's the worst part of it. They're always like coming up to me and like, let them lick you. Gross. I don't want another living thing licking me.
What about what Cousin Eddie said to Clark W. Griswold in the living room scene, in which he said he lets his dog ride him?
Was that before or after they talk about his daughter who has no tongue, but boy, can she whistle?
Would it be a hard no if I invited you to puppy yoga this weekend, Jackson?
Oh, my God. I'd rather watch grass grow.
Oh.
This
It's
is
pretty
just me
unusual,
personally.
though, not to like dogs.
Yeah.
Pretty unusual.
Yeah. Listen, I know I'm in the minority. It's not really even a take. This is just like how I feel.
Yeah. So how does this affect your love of soccer?
It doesn't. I love the name St. Louis Dogs, and I hope that they embrace it and do more of the stuff
I
like
do
this
too,
to bring
the
the
Doggies.
dogs in. You'll never bark alone.
Oh, how do you
Somebody's a
do?
marketer.
YNBA.
A TMA listener sent that in a few years ago, and I always thought that was great. So whoever
Check
that was,
this out. Watch this. Defense, doggies, defense. Defense, doggies, defense.
I like that, yeah.
They'll be echoing throughout downtown St. Louis. Dogs won't cheat on you like a spouse does. That's from the 314.
Oh, my.
And it sounds like a cuckold situation is brewing in the text inbox.
That's a dog owner that's never had a female dog in heat. They will cheat.
Is that right?
They'll run right out the back door. Yep. And every male dog in the neighborhood will come a sniffing.
Clip that off.
I've seen that happen. We had a dog, Tinsel, was a little slut.
Clip that off.
Silver poodle.
Tinsel?
Boy, I've heard of
it was a silver
Arky,
poodle.
I've heard of Dora.
Well, this is way back when I was a kid.
But it's interesting that you've never mentioned Tinsel, and that's because it sounds like you're shaming her for being comfortable with her sexuality.
Tinsel was a Christmas present.
Michael, this is a sex-positive show.
Mm-hmm. When I was a kid, it was a silver poodle. So what shall we name him? I don't know. Silver, she was under the tree. Tinsel.
And she was slutty?
Well, she had a number of litters, yes.
Wow.
And we suspect that she was out catting around.
Your thoughts on Doug's naughty dog the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. If your drive isn't as healthy as Tinsel's, maybe you want to visit Mentality. If you are dealing with low libido, which can strain relationships, you go to Mentality. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, with board-certified physicians providing a full physical, consultation, and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, and that ensures your treatment is tailored to your body. So what can happen? Well, energy can come running back, belly fat can burn off, muscle can strengthen, and you can feel like yourself again, confident, driven, and ready to tackle life. Treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. It's fast, easy, and safe. I've gone out there. I've gotten tested. I was in and out in 20 minutes. It was super easy. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's offer is your chance to take back control. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson. This is a Sports Center update, and it's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action today, afternoon game out there in Denver, taking on the Rockies. That's going to be a 2:10 p.m. start in Colorado. Andre Pallante on the mound for your St. Louis Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, you'll never bark alone. Can you imagine this being played right across from Maggie O'Brien's?
I can't even begin to imagine that.
You'll never bark alone.
I really like that.
You like it a lot?
Love it.
So we should expect to see this dog on the sideline of city games here soon?
It's a 4-part
nice
documentary. It sounds like it's emotional based on that clip.
Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't have a dog down there. It'd be kind of fun.
It's going to discourage Jackson from going.
That's not true. It would assumingly be a tethered dog, so I wouldn't have to deal with it.
Oh, yeah, I don't think they'd just let it run loose in the stadium. You probably wouldn't want to.
Well, yeah, a leash of some sort. I don't know. I want to make, if you love your dog out there and you love dogs, good on you. Whatever blows your hair back. It's just not for me. What I don't like is when people then judge me because I don't like dogs. I think that's really odd.
It's unfair.
It is unfair.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is very fair, though, and it's time for it right now here on 101 ESPN.
Go ahead and hit the music there. Okay. All right.
Good. We got a lot of them here.
All right, good.
Ooh-wee. The St. Charleses are out today. Keep your mayonnaise-laden throat shut, Al, and your warehouse monkey friend. I love Beefy Wellington's voice and look forward to him and Doug schlutting it up tomorrow with KG. Maybe it males wearing pearl necklace all around.
Airball.
Proofread before
Started
you
off
send these
well.
in.
It's kind of gone the other way.
I can't wait. The Cards need a whole new core of arms, and they need at least 2 years to gel. So the window opens in 28 apostrophe at the earliest.
Proofread.
28 apostrophe.
We are hitched to the success if Doyle and Weatherholt and their development. I'm going to read it again. We are hitched to the success if Doyle and Weatherholt and their development, period.
You have to look at it before you hit send.
It's kind of true, though.
Mo did a good job pissing off all the mouth breathers for years. I'll miss him. Love the show as always, Doug. That's from the Salty Bald Dad. P.S. Jackson, be nice to dogs and their dads, please.
Salty Bald Dad.
And it comes from a woman's account, too.
Oh, did it really?
Ran into that last week. Okay. I'm dubious. Seems like a good guy, though.
But it's a lady.
Does it tell you what sex the account is
the
from?
real name was attached to the email.
Yeah, Brittany.
Right.
Oh,
and there's some unisex names. I haven't heard
boy.
of Brittany before, but
You don't know any gentleman named Brittany?
no.
Ooh-wee, the St. Charles? Or I'm still in the same one.
The email's so nice you read it twice.
That's right. I need the mailing address for the St. Louis Cardinals. I'd like to send them several cases of Preparation H. Maybe they'd be interested in pre-applying it every 5th day because it seems like their backsides get absolutely pounded every single time Eric Fetty's on the mound. It's probably starting to hurt a little bit. And here's a crazy idea. Stop letting them pitch! Dude's giving me flashbacks to Kip Wells, but at least Kipper was kind of cute. Better yet, send the entire team to the Gatesworth. I'm tired of it. It's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
To me, Tim is like a human-sized pot pie, just packed with all the goodness in the world, and damn handsome to boot. A 4-goal lead is the most dangerous lead in email of the day, monthly standing, so I did something to bump up my chances of winning email. Something I don't like to do. I listened to this show, and damn glad I did via the YouTube chat. I learned something. Not only is Michael Wellington an ultra hottie, he knows his sports. He just casually said Jim Crane is not afraid to make a move at the deadline. To me, nothing hotter than an intelligent man. Only thing hotter than that is 2 intelligent men. in bed with me. So I'm just throwing this out there. Nothing serious. No callbacks. You, me, Doug, and a sweaty man ball at 113-degree heat index brushing out front teeth against each other's microphones. That's from Mike, and then his last name's Rack.
Mike Rack. He's new.
You guys can contact him off the air if you're interested.
I'm not going to.
This show has always taken pride in not kink shaming, except for Doug. But have we ever stopped to think about what his kinks are? I have a theory that one of Doug's kinks is to shame other people's kinks. If true, that means that we should not shun him for his shaming of others. Most importantly, that leads me to believe that Doug, while shaming others, is fully torqued while on air. And that is something that I cannot, or no, that's something that I can get behind. Shame on Doug. Shame away. Thanks. That's from Who's Your Daddy?
Who's Your Daddy?
Hurry. Step right up. Come on down to Burnt Out Village and see your above 500 Cardinals while you still can. No, there is no secret plan, and no, they're not going anywhere, but it's mid-July, and no, they're not in first place. They're in a tie for third, and are only one Eric Fetty start away from Fredbird Epsteining himself outside the 703 club. Come on down and see a 31st-round draft pick out of the College of Charleston, whose playing career highlights include hitting 203 for the Batavia Muck Dogs, fight for his job on a nightly basis with all the enthusiasm of a hostage video. Check out Jordan Walker before he files for permanent residency in Memphis. And if that's not your thing, grab your wands and join the Cardinals for a magical Harry Potter night on July 21st, where fans put their trust in the Sorting Hat and receive a Mystery House jersey. Will you find yourself on Team Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin? Can't make it? Well, we've got Flow Rider the next night, so bring your apple-bottom jeans and boots with the fur and come sweat out those helmet nachos with us. Doug, you going to sweat out your helmet nachos?
No, I don't have helmet nachos.
And if you buy a ticket for any game in August, you'll be registered to win a chance to pick the slogan for the 2026 Cardinals. Choose between Cardinals. If you don't lock your car doors, they won't have to smash them out. This isn't a rebuild. It's an identity crisis. Or come on, you guys came down for the Savannah Bananas. And now you know the rest of the story. Doug, that's some Paul Harvey milk mustache, and that's what we have.
Paul Harvey, milk
Design,
mustache.
Air, heating, and cooling email today. What you got?
Well, I kind of like the disjointed leadoff hitter, Salty Bald Dad.
Oh, that's from Brittany.
Okay, Brittany. That's who I'm voting for.
Brittany.
Salty Bald Dad.
Michael.
I'm going to give Mike Rack a small tip of the cap, but my vote will go with the one and only JV golf coach.
I'm going Who's Your Daddy?
Wow. Huh. I think I'm going Brittany as well. Brittany, you have won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And that is a nice win, just kind of representative of what is becoming, female audience. I mean, this is kind of a female audience. And it's great to have them emailing in as well. James Carlton is great to email as well because he's going to get back to you like within 10 minutes. It's unbelievable, the customer service you get from James Carlton, who has been my insurance agent since 2019. Type in James Carlton State Farm, hit search, and you're going to see 425 Google reviews that are 5-star reviews. Make the switch to James Carlton, and you'll be happy that you did. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. If he becomes your insurance agent, you're going to understand why I am so thrilled to be working with him. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. BK and Ferrario are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Michael Wellington, in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.